we say thank you. Mr. Garland, our Director of Education, it's our pleasure. As we continue building pathways and strengthening the national sport ecosystem, the government has been intentional about creating the structures our young people need to thrive. Yet, we recognize that there is so much more to do. Through the introduction of the Athlete Development Fund, we are ensuring that talent athletes have access to financial support required for training, for high performance opportunities. But yet, the Athlete Development Fund must grow. We have expanded sports scholarships, programs, giving more students a chance to pursue academic and athletic excellence abroad. But yes, I speak to myself. Minister, there's more scholarships needed. These initiatives reflect our commitment to strengthening the entire ecosystem so that every pathway from grassroots to elite performance is supported, is connected, and of course, is accessible. So therefore, this symposium is both timely and necessary. Across the world, the landscape of sports is evolving rapidly. So recruitment pathways are shifting, scholarship opportunities are becoming more competitive, and the physical and mental demands placed on young athletes continue to increase. So parents, we know that you are seeking clarity. Coaches are navigating new expectations. And educators are working to support students in an environment that is changing faster than ever before. So today's discussions will help us address these challenges. They will provide insight into what it truly takes to prepare our young people for opportunities beyond our shores, whether in collegiate sports, professional pathways, or national representation. More importantly, they will help us understand how to strengthen the sport ecosystem within our own islands so that every young people has a fair and informed chance to succeed. And I am quite sure that after the presentations today, our Board of Governance, in partnership with Sports Commission, will be able to provide the minister with a clear pathway which includes the necessary funding so that we can ensure that this ecosystem is the system that is tailored to the needs of the athletes of the Turks and Caicos Islands. So therefore, the future of the sports in the Turks and Caicos is bright, not because of any single program or facility, but because of the collective commitment of the people gathered here today. Together, we can build pathways. Together, we can strengthen systems. And together, we can ensure that our young people rise to their fullest potential. I thank you all for your dedication, your partnership, and your belief in the power of sport to transform lives. I wish us all a productive and inspiring symposium. Thank you.
Let's give another round of applause for Honorable Taylor. How are we going to grow the sport? How are we going to grow the sport? Together. We can't do this by ourselves. We need persons to lead in policy. We need our sponsors to lead with some of that money the minister say she needs. And we need the experts and the persons who've been through it to guide us through the pathway. Amazing speech, Honorable. I will now welcome our Deputy Premier and Minister of Immigration, Honorable Jamel Robinson, to the stage to bring brief remarks.
Good morning. Let's try that again. Good morning. Thank you. I am pleased to join you today for the 2026 National Athlete and Sport Ecosystem Symposium. Allow me to extend apologies on behalf of our Premier, Honorable Charles Washington Mizik, that is unable to be here today as he is in Grand Turk attending the King's birthday celebrations. I wish to commend the Turks and Caicos Sports Commission, for bringing together athletes, coaches, sporting organizations, educators, policymakers, and other key stakeholders for this important conversation on the future of sport in the Turks and Caicos. Sport is much more than competition. It is a powerful tool for youth development, national pride, social cohesion, discipline, and opportunity. The success of our athletes on regional and international stages reflects not only individual talent, but also the strength of the support systems that help them thrive, i.e., all of us doing it together. As a government, we recognize the important role that sport plays in nation building, creating an environment where athletes can develop their talents, access opportunities, and achieve their full potential requires collaboration, innovation, and a shared commitment to excellence. Today's symposium provides an important platform to exchange ideas, identify challenges, and explore practical solutions that will strengthen our sporting ecosystem for generations to come. I encourage all participants to engage openly, think boldly, and work collectively as we shape a future where Turks and Caicos Islanders can continue to excel both on and off the field. Before I close, I'd like to segue and speak to you about the importance of time, especially in sports. There is no island time in sports. And that's very important for our athletes. There's no island time in sports. Two of the most senior persons in this room today, myself and the Honorable Minister of Education, were here before 10 a.m. to start on time. I'll give you 3 examples where time matters in sports. The first is in track. If you're in the starting blocks and you're a half second too early when the gun goes off, that's a false start and you're out. If you're a half second too late, you've just lost your medal. Time matters in track. In boxing, there's a 10 count if you get knocked down. If you get up 1 second or a half second after count 10, you've just lost. In basketball, lastly, we have a shot clock. 24 seconds, you don't shoot the ball, it doesn't hit the rim, it's a turnover. If you don't bring the ball up across the half court in 8 seconds, again, it's a turnover. And of course, everybody knows the NBA Finals are happening now. Who likes the Knicks? Who likes the Spurs? Let me hear you. Nobody? Let me hear Knicks, Spurs. Any fans? So, game 4, if OG Anunoby is a half second too late and he gets a body on him just enough, his fingertips misses the ball, and it's not a tip-in, and the Knicks don't win, and it's a 2-2 series, but it's 3-1. So timing matters in sports. So with that, I wish you a productive and successful symposium. Thank you.
Let's give another round of applause for the Deputy Premier of the Turks and Caicos Islands. How many athletes are in the room today? I'm going to ask you guys to please stand. Right? You see that? This is our future. This is the systems we are going to create. The path, what it is? Building pathways and strengthening systems for you. We're doing this for you today. And while you're standing, the Honorable said something in his speech. I have to. There's no island time in sports. That's important. A half a second too early, a half a second too late, and that's it. Time matters in sports. And I need you guys to repeat that while you're standing. I'm going to do a count. 1, 2. Time matters in sports. 1, 2. Again. Louder. Exactly. An event starts at 10. What you should do? Thank you. You can have a seat. I'm now going to ask a member of the Sports Commission, Deasia Smith, to come to the stage to bring our framing statement for the day's event. Let's give a round of applause as he approaches the stage.
The Turks and Caicos Islands stands at a defining moment in its sporting journey. Across our communities, participation is strong, passion runs deep, and raw talent is undeniably present. We see it every day in our schools, on our courts and fields, and within our communities. Young people showing up, competing with heart, dreaming big, and carrying the potential to achieve incredible things. Yet, despite this strong foundation, our nation continues to face a challenge: the consistent conversion of talent into sustained high performance. Not because talent is lacking, because it absolutely is not, but because structures, pathways, and shared understanding required to develop that talent are not yet fully aligned. And for a small nation like ours, that matters. Because we cannot rely on volume, our competitive edge must be built on precision, intentionality, and collaboration, ensuring that every identified athlete is met with the right environment, the right guidance, and the right opportunities at the right time. It means creating a sport ecosystem where policy leaders, practitioners, coaches, athletes, and families are working together from a shared framework, speaking a common language, and embracing clearly defined roles and responsibilities. The National Athlete and Sport Ecosystem Symposium has been convened to confront this challenge directly. But today is more than discussion. It is about alignment, action, and building something meaningful for the future of sport in the Turks and Caicos Islands. Today, we will take the time to better understand the various athlete pathways and the critical transition points that shape development, particularly the movement from participation into structured performance environments. We will explore how we can better align around a sports system anchored in 3 core outcomes: participation, development, and performance. We will also reflect on standards, expectations, and accountability required of leaders, athletes, and parents to help build a sustainable, high-performance culture while strengthening governance, athlete welfare, and long-term planning, so that every dollar invested and every hour committed translate into measurable athlete and national outcomes. Because athlete success does not happen by chance. It happens when systems work together with purpose. This symposium is not a one-time conversation. It is the annual anchor of a long-term commitment to building a sport ecosystem worthy of the talent, ambition, and identity of the Turks and Caicos Islands, Today's discussions are designed to move us beyond fragmented effort and toward a more unified, accountable, and forward-looking national sports system. So, to every speaker, panelist, athlete, parent, coach, and leader in this room, thank you for being here. We invite you to engage fully, contribute practical ideas, challenge thinking, and help shape this collective vision. As we move forward through today, my hope is that we leave not only informed, but inspired, not only aligned, but committed. Because the future of sport in the Turks and Caicos Islands is not something that we simply hope for. It is something that we intentionally build together. Thank you.
Let's give another round of applause for Deasia. I mean, there's so many quotes in that speech I can put on social media, I can tell you. There's a Bahamian song that says, all the flowers. You all know that one? All the flowers. Well, I think it's time I practice what I preach. And Delano, I want you to take a stand. I want you to stand up, yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, that's our first Olympian. Delano Williams. Let's give him his flowers with a big round of applause. You ain't no small shot, you're a big shot. Thank you, Delano, for everything you've done. We can honestly say as a country, you've inspired us. One of our most unifying moments as a country is when you ran in the Olympics. That brought the country together. You are a pillar to sports athletic development in this country, and we appreciate you. Thank you. Now it's time to bring on our keynote, Dr. Amber Darlinson. They say they didn't want me to read the long bio, they got video. You know, they big shots in here, you know. So we're gonna play a video as we welcome Dr. Amber Darlinson to the stage.
What does it take to grow a champion? Many people might think it's just talent, determination, maybe even a good coach, but it's actually much more than that. And that'll be the conversation we'll be having today. I'm really honored to be here. I'm Amber Donaldson. I'm the Vice President of the United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee, and excited to be part of this conference, but also this conversation. Sport, to me, is one of the most important ways, not only to grow athletes, but to strengthen a community and build an opportunity for the next generation to be part of something incredible. So today, we want to think about some of the things that build a community and build upon athletes creating this environment and being part of that ecosystem. It doesn't take just one to build a champion. It takes this entire environment. So as we explore these ideas, I want to challenge and invite everyone in this room, every athlete, every parent, every community member to be part of this movement, because it takes all of us to make this successful. If we commit to growing stronger systems of support for our young athletes, we will not only grow incredible athletes, but stronger communities, and come together with leaders to build a brighter future for sport here in Turks and Caicos. Thank you, and I'm excited for this conversation. Good morning, distinguished guests, government leaders, athletes, so many athletes, parents, coaches, and friends of sport. I'm really honored to be here and to have been asked to share a few of my thoughts and experiences from being in elite sport over my career on a global stage. I have no disclosures. Sorry for the font changes. I do want to share, I have been told I have a great voice, not for radio, but actually soporific for reading bedtime stories. But I hope that's not the outcome of this talk, that you all fall asleep, because I have some pretty important things that are important to me that I hope impact you as well. Now, as I was thinking about this talk, I really wanted to make sure that I was thoughtful about the things I shared that added to the incredible expertise that is already in this room and the work that has already been done. And as I was searching and researching for this, I think I came upon something that really is kind of the perfect idea around this that already exists here in your environment. This is what I want to talk about this morning, is creating ecologies and environments of growth and change. Now, I want to tell you why I specifically chose this word, ecologies. Now, ecologies are something that each component of that cannot exist without the other. And in a true ecology of sport, the same is true. We cannot exist without our funding, our resources, our coaches. They all intertwine and are critical to the success of the ecosystem. So why do we want to create these ecologies? Come with me and let's imagine something together. Picture a field, a quiet, uneven patch of ground in a small community, far from the big stage, from the headlines, and there's a girl. And she starts to run. She runs not on a pristine track, but on an uneven surface. She runs without a coach. She runs without access to state-of-the-art equipment. She runs just with instinct and energy and something harder to define, a belief and a delight in her body that she is an athlete. And if you watch closely, you can see it early, the timing, the discipline, the joy, the signs of something extraordinary, a seed of incredible potential. Now here's the truth we don't say often enough. Talent is not rare. It is everywhere. It's in every country, in every community, in every generation. And yet a seed does not just grow because of where it is and because it exists. It grows because of the land on which it is placed and the light it receives and the nourishment that it is given. And so for the soil that this athlete is landing on, it doesn't have the nourishment to continue to grow. And the soil that she inhabits limits her ability to continue to progress. Now, I'm not an expert in your land, but in doing my research, I came across the karst limestone that these islands are built upon and the waterways that come through that and create these incredible pockets of fertile land, I believe called banana holes. And this is where the nourishment and support lie. And this is what we want to create for the youth of this nation. We want them to flourish in sport. We want to create these small environments of growth. Now, I'm in awe of the history of these islands and all that you have come through and the challenges and the way to continue to become tenacious. And now we have an opportunity to do that in sport. And the same way in which you have adapted and changed and succeeded as a nation, you now have the opportunity to do that even more in sport. Now imagine that same girl we just talked about. She may not be the fastest or the strongest, but now she's in an environment, one that nourishes her, one that enables her tender beginnings to grow strong and confident. She has a coach who nurtures her and helps build her confidence and courage and continuous growth. She has performance programming that helps identify where her strengths are and expands her opportunities. She has a pathway that provides community and competition. And this girl also has access to medical and psychological support so that an injury doesn't become a career-ending event. She has a mentor who tells her she belongs and she should keep playing sport. This is how we provide the ground. This athlete has the nourishment to succeed. The difference was not the talent. The difference was a small environment of growth. And that is a conversation we'll have today. Talent is here, but how we nourish it is key. With light, we can create an environment that allows for cross-pollination of all the resources, the talents, the knowledge, and fosters a broader sports community. There are a couple conditions that I feel are critical to developing this functional environment. And a couple of these have already been touched on this morning. The first condition of a functional environment is a clear athlete pathway. Many organizations really focus heavily on the competition and forget about the pathway to get there. The American development model is one that we've created in the US, but there's examples all over the world, and I know that you have one here as well. All of our NGBs have to use this. It obviously looks different for each sport and the different components that are specific to the demands of that sport. But it really is an opportunity to prioritize overall physical literacy, injury prevention, and avoiding early specialization. So as we look at the stages, there's 5.5. The first one is a really critical one. Discover, learn, and play. And this is our young athletes, many of whom are in this room. In many countries, they don't keep score until the age of 13. I love that. The opportunity to have fun, to build new skill sets, to learn how to throw a ball and how to move, and how to develop a love for sport. The second stage is looking at developing some of the examples of more motor control and how to introduce fundamental strength and conditioning, but keeps the fun involved. And as we get to stage 3, this is where we start to get our specialized training and start to have sport-specific skills and start to decide where we want to go. As we look at stage 4, there's a couple different options, but they're options. And one allows the athlete to continue to excel and go toward high-level sport and focus on high performance, while the other focuses on participation, but continuing to have a lifestyle and a lifelong love of sport and movement. We want everyone to be in all of those. And 5, again, to thrive and mentor, to continue to be in that pathway of health and performance and sport, and to feed that to the next generation. For these to be successful and provide the needed nourishment, we first have to prepare the ground for the athletes. They have to know where they are. Where do they sit on this system? Where are they going? And they need to know what success looks like at each stage. We have to be transparent with that process. Now, while we're on the topic of growth, we need to also keep in that mind the topic of maturation. Not all athletes are built the same. Dr. Marco Cardinal out of Aspetar has done some incredible work around this, and I'd encourage you to look more at it. But 2 children of the same chronological age can be years apart biologically, and yet we still clump athletes by age. So around the growth spurt, the period peak height velocity. This is a gap that becomes essentially important for training and injury, and it's estimated by skeletal health. So I actually have twin girls. They're born 2 minutes apart, but they are incredibly different on their biological age. And to further punctuate this, we know that girls mature earlier than boys, and yet we clump them all together. The ACL epidemic, that I actually don't think is an epidemic, I actually think this is one of the reasons, is that we have our girls starting way too late with strength and conditioning and loading, and by the time they're into the system with the boys, we've missed our opportunity, and we're trying to catch them up. So these are things that we need to think about. The second condition of functional environment is asking the right questions. The question may not be, how do we find more talent? The better question may be, how do we retain the talent that we have? And how do we develop it? We know that by the age of 14, girls drop out of sports at twice the rate of boys. 6 out of 10 girls drop out of sport. And there's a whole lot of variety of reasons. Sometimes they don't feel like they belong, especially in previously male-dominated sports like rugby and others. They don't see where they fit. 1 out of 6 out of 10 girls leave sport because of fear of period stains or because they don't have a sports bra. These are things we can prevent. When we talk about fun, there's incredible research being done by Amanda Vicek out of George Washington University, and she's done this with several sports, and I was part of the study for tennis. She looked at what is fun about sport, and we looked at different determinants in different groups, and she came up with 81 determinants of fun. And one of the most stark things that I took away from this was one of the first conversations they had with athletes and just asking them, what makes tennis fun? And the athletes looked at them with this blank stare and had no idea what they meant. What do you mean, fun? Sport's supposed to be fun? It was really shocking to me. Are we here for the right reasons? So I think looking at these determinants of sport, it's much more than getting a free kit or a free trip to somewhere. It's about the camaraderie, the opportunity to play with their friends, to be coached by an incredible coach, to have competition, to push themselves and to succeed. Another example may be around getting very clear on the performance questions that would be most impactful to the environment in which you live. Your questions may not currently be about international analysis or medical expectancy, but maybe more about talent ID or tracking domestic results. It may be like fishing. Now, I know there's a lot of fishing that goes on around here. I am a fisher person of more streams and maybe a lake. But I also fished in the Arctic Ocean and a deep sea fishing. Now, anytime you have to wear 6 or more layers, I think that should be like no-go zone. Obviously, a little bit colder than here. This wasn't on my bucket list, I don't think, but it's checked off now. I think I was so nauseous that I just put the line down and hoped for the best. And I think that's what sometimes fishing can be. Like, you're not going to get great results if you do that, if you just kind of throw it out. But if you're thoughtful about the timing, your location, the bait, you're going to get incredible results. When we look at successful sporting nations, we often focus on their champions. We see the medals, the big shiny things. What we don't see is the invisible system beneath that system, the mycothesial networks, which I'll touch on shortly, these beautiful interconnections that happen beneath the surface. Now, I come from a country where the medal count is very important. We have home games coming up, so this is all of the conversation. For those that you don't know, we don't receive any government funding in the US. It's all based on donors and sponsors. And so we have to stay relevant to those individuals to keep them giving us money. Now, if we look back to Paris, we came down to the final few minutes of the games. We were tied with China in the gold medals, and tied in the overall medal count. And we wanted to win. And it was the women's basketball game, US versus France. It was going back and forth. We were not doing so hot. But the final buzzer beater, we sunk that last shot. If that game would have gone to overtime, our athletes said they for sure would have lost. They were out of steam. It's minuscule, the difference between first place and not being on the podium. Now, we just came back from the Milan Cortina Winter Games, where we did great, and we had a lot of new records set as far as USA, but so did Norway. Norway crushed us again. Now, it might make sense for us to be up there with China, big countries, a lot of resources, but Norway, they're 3% the size of the US and less than 1% of the population, and they crushed us again. So if you see on this, Norway was 4th in Vancouver, and they weren't happy with that. And so they went back to the drawing board to figure out how they could change that. What was important? What were the questions they needed to ask themselves? And they did it, and they made a change, and they have been unstoppable since. But wait till next games. We'll see. Now, facilities were touched upon. I've been to Olympiatoppen, where Norway's base is. It's fine. It's good. It's nothing special. They say that themselves. This is our facilities. They're fine. They're nothing like most high schools in the US now. It's not the facilities. So while we may think that infrastructure alone creates performance, if they just build a bigger stadium, a nicer track, success will come. It's not true. I've also been to those countries where they build incredible facilities and they have no athletes and no one in the stands. Of course, facilities matter. We need to have places for our athletes to come that are safe and accessible for them. But essentially, they are built on top of the athletes and the environments and soil that has nourished them. What is special is the undersystem of this intricate network. It is the coaches, the communities, the service providers, all working together in an enmeshed way. The challenge is creating these ecologies where small environments of growth occur and interweave. So what does a functional sport ecosystem actually require? The undersystem. It consists of these elements that break up the soil so that seeds can grow. And they can grow without too much resistance. There are their waterways, there's roots and fungus and creatures, and all of these things that allow the seed to be nourished and grow. Those elements that exist in that underlying system, though invisible, are vital to an athlete's growth. The soil cannot continue to stay in place and nourish them. This land already nourishes in such a beautiful way that we can learn from. So I'm going to talk about 5 strands that I think are important. One of these we've already talked about is the athlete pathway. This is really the roots of the system. Athletes need to know where they're going and why. The youth participation starts at the beginning, having fun, to talent identification, to development, to elite performance. And every stage should connect to the next. No guesswork, no questions of where do I fit. The second is the coaches. Now, coaches, you're the gardeners of this ecosystem. Developing coaches is a multilinear effect. A great coach will create an impact and generation and is critical to this ecosystem. Finding and retaining coaches, though, is not easy. Coaching is a really hard job. And it's really hard to have a lot of diversity within our coaches as well. In Paris, we know that only 13% of the worldwide coaches were women. At the World Cup right now, less than 3% of the officials are women. And yet, we have a lot of athletes that are girls. In the US, 50-50. And over 90% of our female athletes have only ever had a male coach. So we have to think differently. We have to think creatively about how to extend those who are servicing our athletes. The next is integrated performance support. It is the ecosystem and undersystem that nourishes growth. It is the invisible but essential components of that connects the disciplines, whether that's medicine, psychology, nutrition, physiology, technology. We can go on and on about all of those. But they ensure that each athlete is supported as a whole person and not as an individual component. Do you have to have all these people on staff? No, you don't. You can get creative, and we do this too. There's a lot of different ways to be creative and have access to all of these services for the athletes. When we start to do this, the systems begin to behave like a true ecology. Information flows freely between all of the disciplines. Expertise connects rather than competes. And decisions are formed on a timely and athlete-centered focus. Integrated performance ensures that the right nutrients are given to the right athlete at the right time. The next is leadership and governance. This is the canopy over everything else, not to dominate, but to protect, guide, and regulate the environment underneath it, just like shade does to our growing underneath. It filters what comes in, it shields what grows, and it ensures the conditions are right for the entire system to thrive. It is only from the top the tree can actually see and protect the seed. It can see all the different aspects of the tree and how they're connected, and are they pointed in the same direction. Leadership provides the clarity of vision, ensuring that everyone underneath understands where the system is going. And governance provides the structure and the integrity to ensure that happens. In a healthy ecology, the canopy creates these conditions for growth. And last is culture. Everything springs from the culture of sport. Ensuring that everything is accessible to every girl and boy, including those athletes who may be adaptive athletes, to be able to play their sport as long as they want, and to help make their dreams become possible. The shared experience of success in sport is what that means to everyone. So I wanted to talk a little bit more about the culture. Now, the cultural narratives are interesting. These are things that each of us have as individuals, stories that have been told to us over generations, stories that we have created over our lived experiences, and we have those within our own cultures and countries as well. These are the stories we tell ourselves. And are these some of the stories we're telling ourselves here? We're too small. We don't have the right funding. We don't have enough athletes. But can we change that story? I think this is an opportunity today to start to do that. You're beginning to change the stories and break up that soil and find ways to change that narrative. Culture is what sustains performance when no one is watching. So do you remember why I chose the word ecologies in the beginning? It's because everything is enmeshed and entangled through these ecologies. An environment designed for growth where nourishment can occur. Champions are seeds that are everywhere. They just need to be planted in the right place. They need the right amount of light, the amount of water, and someone there to nourish them and help them grow and flourish. This matters because you possess something many larger nations envy. You have athletic potential, a passion for sport, and community pride that others would die for. The question is whether we can create environments that consistently support and enable talent to flourish. Not once, not occasionally, but repeatedly, sustainably, year after year, generation after generation. The goal is capitalizing on an environment where champions can grow, where that network becomes so entangled you don't know where it started and where it ends. The goal is capitalizing on every athlete Imagine every young athlete understanding their pathway and staying in it as long as they want. Imagine coaches continually developing their expertise and impacting athletes for generations to come. Imagine performance support integrated across sports, and the schools, clubs, federations, and governments are aligned behind a common vision. That future is possible. And because of intentional design that has been created by people who know and have lived in knowledge that is in this room, we have successful examples of sport already happening. So I want to leave you with one final thought, that the future of sport is not determined by the athletes we discover. It's determined by the environments we create. Champions are built by these small communities of growth. And within a nation, when a nation commits to creating these ecologies of sport, they're transformed into champions. The opportunity before Turks and Caicos is not simply to develop athletes. It is to build a sporting ecosystem capable of developing excellence for generations to come. Now here in Turks and Caicos, the banana holes, and I know this is not a good example of one, really tell a beautiful story. This landscape might look barren from afar, but as you get close, you see how life concentrates itself where conditions exist, where the soil and light has gathered, where shelter exists, where the system has learned to hold what it needs. A functional sports system does the same thing. It creates the conditions for talent to exist, to take root and grow, creating and cultivating these ecosystems and ecologies of sport. That is the challenge, that is the opportunity, and that is the future you all can create. Thank you.
Let's give another round of applause for Dr. Amber Donaldson, who delivered an amazing presentation. And one of the things I made note of at the very beginning was the seed doesn't grow from where it is. It grows from the light and nutrients it receives. So I want you to think about that. It's not talent, it's the ecosystem she just talked about. Amazing job from Dr. Emerson on a great presentation. Now, I know you guys been sitting for some time, so everybody stand up. I'm gonna do something. I grew up in the church, okay? I was a church boy. Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. 4 days. So we're going to do something we do in the church this year. I want each of you, I want everyone to get out of their seats, which you are, and you're going to greet 3 people. 3 people. I can tell you right now, we can say, me look through my notes. Somewhere right here. That's all right, there we go. You're gonna greet 3 people, not the persons you walk inside the room with. You're gonna look for strangers, and you're gonna tell them, we are building the pathway together. Okay, so DJ, give me some music. No music? 3 people, I'm gonna give you guys 5 minutes. We are building the pathway together. We are building the pathway together. All right, guys, one more minute, one more minute. Y'all enjoying this activity. Love it. Check, check. One more minute, well, 30 seconds. Let's go, let's go. Y'all are some good church going people. I love it. All right, DJ, everybody please get back to the seats. Did you enjoy that activity? Y'all is having too much fun out there. I love it. But that's why we're here. We're here to form new relationships so we can create those pathways to strengthen the systems, right? That's what we're here for. So I am joined by this amazing panel. You've already met Dr. Amber Donaldson. I'm going to ask the remaining three to stand when I call their names. We have Haven Bowman, author of The Parent Playbook. Let's give a round of applause. Demetrius Pender, two-time Olympic gold medalist from the Bahamas, representing the Bahamas. And then Alid, apologies if I butcher your name, Alid McKay, FIFA talent development coach, residing right here in the Turks and Caicos Islands. And we're going to be talking about sustainable sports investment, welfare, and accountability. And Dr. Amber Donaldson, you had such an amazing presentation, so I'm going to start with you. With over 15 years of experience managing sports medicine, medical planning, performance nutrition for the US OPC at multiple Olympic and Paralympic Games, why is raw talent completely insufficient if a nation lacks functional, evidence-based sports science systems to back its athletes?
Thanks. I think partly because talent exists everywhere, like I said, and to be able to make the difference, you have to have these additional components. Talent will maybe get you a little bit of the way and open the door, but it requires all of the other components to really make and keep that edge. Everybody around the world is doing the same thing, of trying to push the limits and trying to be the best they can, and it really takes a whole environment to make that and be able to create those edges to take it to the next level. So, and also I think, like I mentioned, talent is not everything. There's a lot of athletes who have incredible heart and determination and who want it bad. Those are ones that are also standing on the podiums. Maybe not the athletes that actually started with the genetic makeup or the specific, they want it. And there is a lot that you can't measure just from, the heart is really a powerful piece of sport as well.
Thanks for sharing that answer. We need some angels. Having given your extensive work in London, designing holistic development initiatives for youth athletes aged 11 to 18, how can developing sports systems shift its limited financial resources away from merely funded travel for competitions and towards sustainable, long-term grassroots development frameworks?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think the main thing is intentional investment. A lot of times we look at what's obvious. We want to get our athletes places. We want to make sure that they have the means necessary, but what we don't look at is investing in the practitioners, investing in the education, and investing in a sustainable model. So you can invest in the athlete and getting them there, but we need something that's consistent. Talent takes consistency. It takes a model that other athletes can also follow. And it takes education, it takes the knowledge, it takes practitioners knowing the pathway and being familiar with the pathway so that you're not throwing them in there and every scenario is different, there's no model. So you just have to be a bit more intentional with what you're doing and the outcomes will follow after that consistency is there.
Thank you. Talent demands consistency. Love it. Demetrius, as an Olympic gold medalist, who transitioned into performance specialist and founded both a track club and an athlete recovery center. You understand the extreme physical demands of elite competition. How can Caribbean sports organizations better balance the intense pursuit of podium results with genuine athlete welfare, long-term physical recovery, and injury prevention?
Yes, so like Heaven was saying, everything deserves a system. Everything needs a system. You know, it's nothing to where you just wing it anymore. You have to have a pathway. You have to have steps, like Doc showed us earlier today. But it's very important that you follow those steps, and it starts from young. So I know a lot of people tend to say, oh, he's too young or she's too young, but that professionalism starts from at a young age. You take it over, and it helps you to succeed in the near future.
So far we've heard systems,
Steps and systems.
steps and systems. Yes. Love it. Thank you so much, Demetrius.
Absolutely.
Ms. McKay, welcome to the Turks and Caicos, by the way. As a FIFA-appointed A-licensed coach from Scotland, who just worked with the talent development scheme in Bhutan, you know how to build sports landscapes from the ground up. Based on that global experience, how can a small football association ensure that international investment are structured with enough accountability to build permanent, long-term player pathways rather than just temporary short-term programs?
Systems. An alignment. So whether it's fair or not, being a small nation, you need to be more disciplined. You need to be more organized. You need to be more strategic because the environment won't just do it itself. So I think Jamel mentioned island time doesn't belong in sport. But I'm going to speak to the adults in the room. So the parents, the coaches, the teachers, the sport organizations. What are we doing to showcase the characteristics and what's needed beyond Turks and Caicos? Because that's our responsibility. We're the leaders. The kids don't know what they don't know. Yeah? So I guess I've come in to help build that pathway. We do not have the system in place yet. So I've been here 1 year. There's no alignment. I do not know how my players are doing in school. I have no connections to the schools in terms of education. They do not come to me if my players are failing classes. I do not have medical support because there's nothing in place yet. So this conversation I'm super excited about, so much so that I'm supposed to be at the airport, and I jumped in here to have it because it's a very valuable step for Turks and Caicos athletes.
Thanks for sharing that. Alvin, your practitioner framework places a heavy emphasis on parent education and engagement to bridge youth pathways. When a sport ecosystem begins expanding, what are the hidden athletic and structural costs when parents, schools, and federations fail to align around a unified development pathway?
Yeah, we just touched on that a lot, but I think there's three main costs. The first one is athlete costs. So if your athlete doesn't have a system, they are not aligned, they're confused. Burnout, they're prioritizing one or the other, school or athletics, whereas you need both, right? So they need a system where they can follow. So that's the first cost, is confusion, burnout, pressures that probably don't even need to be there because they are confused. The second one is system and talent development. Consistency, you need a model. So if you don't have that alignment, talent, you can't have investment because you have no model, you don't have alignment. So what are we investing in? The last one is time. Time is of the essence, especially when you're trying to develop athletes to get them those greater opportunities. If you have no system, you have no alignment, the athlete's confused, they have no model, then there's no investment, time now you're under pressure. And unfortunately in sports, sometimes pressure makes diamonds, but when you're developing young athletes, you need as much time as you can to get them and to make sure that they're prepared when they go to the next level.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Javier. Dr. Amber Donaldson, if you are in your experience leading major medical delegations and serving on the Women's Health Task Force, when a young athlete tragically falls through the structural cracks of a sports system, where does the breakdown typically occur, and how can we prevent it?
Yeah, I think there's a few places where it can break down, and the systems is one. But figuring out, where, if an athlete doesn't know where they are, and I think we have this across the board already in different places, where an athlete maybe doesn't have their best competition, and now they've maybe fallen back a little bit. Who's keeping track of them? I think sometimes there's these athletes that just disappear, and we don't know what happens to them because there's no one keeping track of some of those. They don't know where they fit into the system. They don't know when to raise their hand, that maybe things like, I'm not quite sure. We have this issue right now. We have quite a few athletes who have taken time off to have a family, and so in some sports their rankings are protected. In other sports it's not the case, and so they have to be able to then be able to get into competitions, to get more ranking points, to again get up back onto the team. And so there's these opportunities, and the system sometimes becomes a challenge in and of itself, to be able to navigate and keep track of where everyone is. And so and I think the other one that I talked a little bit is our female athletes, that we're losing athletes, both boys and girls, for a lot of different reasons, potentially because they have to get a job, or because they can't find good transportation, or because they have other things that are demands upon them and their families. Sport is not easy. It costs a lot of money, it costs a lot of time, and if they don't actually see this as a future for them, maybe that's not, the best opportunity. And so I think we have to shine a light on those other opportunities and how this can still be an incredible place to be, and how we can help to remove some of those barriers to make it an easier avenue. And then we keep track and we keep the athletes within our ecosystem.
You know what I love about everybody? The tracking. That's an important thing, tracking the process. You got the system, now you got to track progress. And you said it earlier, Ms. McKay. There's a lot of things lacking right now for you in regards to tracking athletes' progress right here in the Turks and Caicos Islands. And I want persons to reach out to Ms. McKay so we can correct that, because tracking is an important thing. Do you want to chip in on that?
Well, yeah, I guess I'll give context because we're starting to create a pathway. So I sent here from FIFA under the talent development scheme, so Arsene Wenger vision of giving every talent a chance. So regardless of where you're from, if you've got a talent in football, can we nurture that talent and fulfill the potential? That is the premise of our mission in terms of me and my colleagues, and this is the second country that I've come in. So I've come in, I've been here a year, living in this beautiful country, and starting to seek to understand, what's the culture, what's happened, where are we at? And introduce a pathway. So right now we connect 3 islands, North Caicos, Grand Turk, we've got a regional group, and now I coach regularly the Provo group. And we hold development camps because the principle is bringing the best, highly motivated athletes together to train. They don't know. So our commitment, our standards for this program is higher than national team. And it's not the kids' fault. We get lost in our bubble here. Beautiful bubble in the world. Yeah, beautiful bubble. But it's Turks and Caicos bubble. If you want to prepare them to go to US college, if you want to prepare them to go to UK, wherever you want those athletes to go, they must understand what kids are doing in those countries, and we must create a system to support them with the mentality, with the work rate, with that nurturing Amber was talking about in her presentation, which was fantastic. That's what's missing here. There is talent, but that's what's missing. And then these athletes, when they get the opportunity, they don't have the grades. Yeah, they haven't got the eating, sleeping, and nutrition habits, hydration habits off the field because there's been no support. Our program, we've started introducing education workshops to parents, to athletes. Yeah, it's a slow starting. This is fantastic because there's no system right now. So that consistent results won't happen yet unless, I guess, us as a collective in this conversation, we build systems that the government understand what long-term athletic development is, not a couple of months before a competition in our region.
Oh man, you preaching. I got goosebumps. Demetrius. Reflecting on your path from Grand Bahama, and some people might approach you and ask you where, because Turks and Caicos and Grand Bahama have a very close linkage. This might be a son of the soil. We might have to recruit, But
I'm ready.
Well, reflecting on your path from Grand Bahama to becoming an NCAA champion, an Olympic finalist, what accountability should rising regional athletes expect from their governing sports bodies? And what baseline accountability must these organizations demand from the athletes in return?
Okay, now this question is very important, so I would advise everybody to pay attention. Success is a partnership, and you can't sugarcoat it, or so the country and the athlete need to be on one accord. Athletes should expect transparency, support, equal opportunities, and so is the country body should expect athletes to show responsibility, accountability, and keep it on one accord, because it takes both to form and build champions, but you have to be aligned. It can't be one. Both have to be on accord. Yes.
Thank you, Demetrius, for sharing that. Now, this is a question for everybody to answer. Taking into consideration the unique socio-economic landscape of a small territory like the Turks and Caicos Islands, what does a truly sustainable, high-performing sports ecosystem look like, and how do we build it from ground up here?
You want me to go?
Anyone?
Yeah.
Anybody?
Of course, the number one thing would always be facilities. Two, putting the right people in place, having the knowledge to know what it takes to get these athletes to the next level, but also, have a system to where you're teaching future coaches, because you want to also keep, the levels of knowledge for sport or for the economy to be better, always day in, day out, every year. So I feel as if, it's very important to make sure that these things are in place. Again, we go back to keep saying systems, but that's exactly what it is. So you need the facilities, and not just any facility. There are certain machines that needs to be bought to have. So you can't just throw up a facility and say, yeah, that's it, use that. You need to have the right equipment. And that goes a long way. That goes a long way.
Yeah, I would agree. I would say definitely a model. You need something that athletes, parents, teachers, whoever can look at and follow. It needs to be something that can be replicated. So it needs to be something that is backed by research, not just by what you hear from us, but what the athletes need. You need that holistic system. So whether that's nutrition, strength and conditioning, the facilities, education, parent support, you need a holistic system because it's a partnership. We talk about that. It's a partnership, but you need to have that model as well. Everyone needs to be in alignment, and it starts with this. It starts with us being here. It starts with reaching out and seeing what other countries are doing. It starts with that partnership. I think in the sporting world, it can be very selfish, and sometimes we can kind of, we'll figure it out on this side, where really all you have to do is reach out and ask for help. It's okay to ask for help or to see what other countries are doing who have been successful, because nothing can take away from your culture and what you will do, but the scalable systems and the models, we need that. You need consistency so that athletes can follow that. Parents can know what to expect and that they can be educated. Practitioners know the culture that you have, the excellence that you expect.
I'm just going to jump on top of that, both really important. I'm a big, it's around the people. So what's the shared vision? What's a realistic timeline in terms of when you'll start to see the fruits of your labors? It's not going to happen straight away. And what defines success in regards to what does that look like? If you're clear on that, then you can create the environment for the athletes to thrive. So I'll give you a context. There is national team players who are not in the Pathway program. They're still playing for the national team, but they did not want to commit to regular training because it's not something they've had to do before. I would not use the word elite athletes here yet. And it's not the kids' fault, they just don't know what elite athletes do. They don't know the regular training, the quality, the coaches don't understand it because it's not been here yet. So we have to get aligned as people to then educate our kids. If our kids can miss training sessions and not commit, but then rock up to the game, what does that say about where they're going? Yeah? But right now, we always talk about the scarcity. There's not enough. They need to. Yeah, but it's our job as coaches, it's our jobs as sports to create the environment that allows the kids to flourish. And they don't like you at the start sometimes, yeah, because they want to play the game, but they respect and love you in the long term because they recognize, hey, he cares about me, they're going to push me, but they're going to be there to support me, and that's what we need here now in Turks and Caicos. We need to move away from just letting them off with kind of substandards and actually holding them to a higher standard because our athletes are ready and they want it, but they need us as the adults, to build the system and then support them to that new standards.
And I think I'll just add, you really have to make the point that is this what you want to invest in long term? And you have to say it, and then you have to believe it, and you have to do it. And it really is a long road. It's not something that's going to happen overnight, but I think it's saying it and being part of that to go on. The other is to be able to measure things. If you don't measure it, it doesn't exist. It's kind of those conversations. And so particularly if you're getting investments, you got to know that it's actually making a difference. And so putting in the systems perhaps is part of that way, but being able to identify, there's thousands of things you can measure. What is actually the most important and most impactful thing that you need to measure on the interactions of your athletes, the performance of them? What is that you're showing that this investment is actually moving the needle? And that's how things, because you might have thought you were on the right path, and then you figure out maybe not, we need to tweak it a little bit. And that is how you create kind of the long game.
So I heard systems, I heard tracking, and you got to be able to measure. So that's STM. You got that? Build that system, track the athletes, measure performance. Love it. We got the blueprint, you know. We getting it. Okay, final question, and then we're going to open it up to the entire entire floor. Looking ahead, over the next 5 years, and this is for everybody, what specific milestone, structural change, or metric would single to you that the Turks and Caicos sports system is officially moving in the right direction? Going once? Going twice? I'm gonna call somebody. I'll start with Coach.
For your most potential athletes in the next couple of years, have we built out a holistic program that supports them? So is there, and I'm talking not just Provo, yeah, so I'm talking your athletes in Grand Turk, your athletes, I'm not even been to South Caicos, I've been trying for ages to get over there to scout, but regardless of where they are in these islands, do they have a holistic program that supports them as an individual? Have we got to that? You can't do that for everyone. So you're still got to focus on your mass participation, but if you do that, we're a little bit closer to elite. And that, I think, shared resources from the Sports Commission can be done from the different sports. So it's not the sports having to go away and do lots of things separate. It's a sports commission with the government creating that for your most potential athletes. But be clear, Amber mentioned it, you've got to commit to it because it's not going to happen overnight. You're going to have to build. It's going to take a couple of years before you start to see the kind of results of your hard work.
I would say more consistent success stories. I think that's a big thing. Not one-off athletes that have made it, they've decided to sacrifice living here and they've gone away, but a consistent stream of athletes that have had the support and have gotten to where they have gotten because of the ecosystem that was built here. So I would want to see someone be able to come and ask, what have you done? And that you have a track record of the interventions that you've put forth for the athlete, the holistic support, to say that, yeah, we've had 20 athletes go, and this is what we've done. So there's a consistent model behind that.
I might add too, I think part of it is having the athlete voice along the way. And sometimes they may not know what they don't know yet, but it's having them part of the conversation as you're building it out. Because they're the ones who are going to go back to their teams and to their fellow colleagues and athletes and be promoters of this program. At the USOPC, we have to have 33.3% of all committees have to be athletes on that. And I think it's a really powerful thing because we can educate those key athletes who can go back to their systems and help bring up and educate them as well. And I think also being able to create resources, maybe there's resources around here, and like was said, is remove the barriers to access to those. Let them know where they exist. It doesn't have to be that it's funded and always available on site here, but just creating removing barriers and allowing them to know where to access these services that can help them be an even better athlete.
I would say, just to keep it straightforward, it takes the leaders, it takes teachers, coaches to step up. Don't let this talk be in vain. Absolutely, just speak with your actions and do what you say you want to do, and you will definitely see the results. But we can't just talk about it. I'm pretty sure this has been in the air already. You guys have the talent, and sometimes it don't take years. I've seen some stuff happen in a year or in 9 months, but it's just being consistent and staying true to what you said you want to do, and you could definitely see the results It don't take long. I promise you that. I've done it. So you just have to stay true to it, honestly.
Thank you, Demetrius. And ladies and gentlemen, let's clap them out for such an amazing panel. We're gonna open the floor now for questions. We're only taking 2 questions. I've been signaled. So anybody who has a question, please stand so we can get the microphone in your hand.
1, 2.
So that's our 2 people.
Hi, thank you. I have a question on some of the more, I guess, developing sports on the island. I'm a swim coach, and in the sport of swimming, we're still fairly young, we're developing. Thanks. We're developing, and I think that one of the difficulties I'm seeing in developing athletes kind of into their teens and beyond is that we have this kind of system of what is kind of like an instant gratification here. We have, because we're a small nation, I've always said with the swimmers that they're lucky, they have this opportunity to make national teams very quickly, very soon, much earlier than they would anywhere else in the world. It's a very different pathway. It's like straight up. Where is anywhere else where you have a much more developed system, a much more developed sport, they're working for years to make those teams, and many won't make them at all. So we have these young kids who I think Ms. McKay touched on it really well, is that they haven't quite bought into what it takes to make these teams and to maintain training and discipline in a way that they would elsewhere. So while I think it's amazing that we provide them with these opportunities that they wouldn't have, there's a balance that has to be, because I think it's almost like the way screen time changes the chemistry of our kids' brain, where it develops this instant gratification, and then when they have to wait for things, or the introduction of hard work, or lengthy waits, lengthy periods of hard work, we lose them very quickly. So I think, like, my question is, how do you find a balance where you're trying to develop a sport, you're trying to put kids into these teams, into these competitions that we need to attend for the benefit of our federation, for funding. We need to have these bodies in place, but how do we still provide them with an experience that sets them up for success and that's in their best interest? I think that when we send kids off island after they've had that experience and they discover that it's really not how sports work elsewhere, we do lose them very quickly. And I think for sustainability or long-term development for athletes, we want to provide them with an experience or training that actually models elsewhere well. You know, I think it's a hard balance, so I'm curious if any of you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah. So I think it have to do a lot with experience, especially, you know, you spoke about sending kids off. We have larger countries right now that put their team together and go together. They send kids off with the coach, with, you know, everything that's needed to help these athletes be successful. So I think just getting together and leaving sometime and going for a month or 2 and giving them that experience for them to understand, because there's a lot of things you have to go through yourself. Me going through what I've went through, I can't read that in the book. I had to experience it myself. And so sometimes it's best to speak to the people that's in charge. Get together and try to go somewhere and train for a month or 2. Let them get in the water with people that you know that's making teams. And it helps and it goes a long way.
Can I jump on that? So an alignment around the messaging in regards to what do we praise and what do we highlight. And right now we're highlighting this national team like it's the carrot to get them to participate, which is the wrong thing. We need to highlight the work they're putting in, how much they're improving, and create those pathways. That's, like for us, our pathways that we have national team players, like I said, that are not in our pathway. I have no carrot right now because I have no games program funding to get to other islands for them to be exposed. All I've got is a training program, and the training program's been set up since September last year, and only now are other athletes been like, I want to get into that program because they're getting better. So they're starting to see it, and they're like, that coach that says I have to come to training, I have to be on time, I have to wear the right kit, I have to be focused, I can't just muck around, I want to be in that group. And honestly, I thought I was patient. I have a whole new level of patience since my life in Turks and Caicos, because it just wasn't a given. And we use the national team, and because we don't have the athletes, we send them in. Anything youth is, yes, you're representing your country, but you're not a national team athlete yet, because in another country you wouldn't be in the national team. But again, the kids don't know what they don't know. So as adults, we've got to be aligned in regards to what do we praise, what do we reward, and right now we are still outcome. When we haven't got the process right and what it means to be an elite athlete. And as adults, that's our responsibility in our conversation in terms of what we're praising. The kids will adapt.
Yeah, I think just to add on to that, in London, I work with athletes ages 11 to 18, so that buy-in is really hard. And what I found is having conversations about their goals. A lot of times as coaches, practitioners, we want that for them, but the question is, do they want that for themselves? And it takes that exposure of them going to the States and saying, ooh, I'm not there yet, to come back and for it to click to say, okay, actually, I need to focus on this. I want to get better. I want to get stronger. I want to eat right. So it starts with those conversations, because if they don't even know what they want, they're not going to buy in. They just think, yeah, I'm coming. It's fun. Maybe it's not fun. Maybe I'm here just because everyone else is here. But it takes for them to sit down and say, okay, yes, I want to be at this level. And then from that, knowing which athletes actually want to be there, those are the ones that you can really go in for. And the ones that don't, they don't. But it has to be really intentional with the athletes that want to get there. And if they want to get there, then that's when you kind of, well, you need this, you need this, you need this. And you show them, and then you help them get that exposure to where maybe they go and they say, okay, I can achieve that. Or maybe they come back and say, I am behind and I need to work 10 times harder. But that's what takes that buy-in. They have to get it from themselves. Us as practitioners can't say buy-in. They have to see it for themselves.
Absolutely.
I think all I'd add is just create the FOMO.
Thank you. Thank you. Question number 2.
Buddy. Good morning. I am Latoya, Volleyball Federation. So we are at the crux where we don't have carrots to dangle. I think we're not at that stage yet. We are about sport development and getting the sport on a national level. So actually, Coach Sean is here on island. We've been doing north, middle, south. Have you done southers yet? Not south, no, north, and Grand Turk. So what we are doing is starting literally from scratch. Schools, the kids, and getting the community grassroots, because that's where we think. So when you say maybe in the next 5 years, we're thinking about way more than that. We're thinking about starting with the 60-year-olds and the 70-year-olds, because for us, that's where sport development literally needs to start from. Because the younger they are, you get to work on techniques, you get to work on conditioning, you get to work on everything from that level. And then maybe in 5, 6 years, we have elite sports to go off. But for us at volleyball, it's for starting from the bottom, the ground up. So what we have started to do with the international bodies is do our research. Our research is what exactly do we need to take volleyball to the next level in Turks and Caicos Islands. And we have beaches. So beach volleyball is just like slam dunk for us. We have beaches. But how do we bring the kids up to that level? Because if they're gonna play against Brazil and Cuba, we know what is needed. So we are at our sports development stage right now. But the question I had for Dr. Dawn, Dr. Amber, was how do we stay relevant because you said you guys needed to stay relevant. How do we stay relevant to keep securing funding as a small entity? What do some of the things you guys do to stay relevant?
Such a great question and a really hard one to answer, I think, as well. I think that being able to show that you're making progress is a really good sign, that you've got intentional, you have a plan, even if that plan takes longer than 5 years, and that you're measuring things to show that you're making progress. I think that's what, and I can't speak for your leaders who make those decisions, but I would think that as a leader, that would be something I would want to see. Those sports that are not progressing, that can't manage their day-to-day functions, their funding that they do have, those are the ones that I think kind of go off and don't continue to be supported. But it sounds like you have a very intentional pathway. You really want those athletes to be there. Those are the type of people we would want in an ecosystem to continue to build. Understanding that not everyone is at the same level as some of the sports that have been around for longer and been more popular and have more funding, but it's an opportunity. And so I think for me, that would be what would help to stay relevant, is just keep having those conversations, and you're gonna have some of these successes that are gonna come up, and you get the opportunity to tell those stories.
That would be it, guys. That would be it. That's two questions. Okay, they want to, okay.
He travels from far, so.
No problem.
All right, morning guys. Sean Morris is the name. Volleyball and beach volleyball coach from Trinidad. I've been here for a month. Just have one question. I've seen a lot of talent here on the island, but I think the biggest problem is breaking culture of what we spoke about, being on time, showing leaders for the athletes, for the young ones especially. How do you break that culture when you go to a new island? Anyone could answer.
Well, the environment that you create and the consistency you hold, the standards of that environment, and Amber mentioned the athletes have a say in regards to what that looks like. And if it's enjoyable, if they're getting better, if they're having fun with their friends, and you hold them, like they see that there's consequences if they don't buy into the culture, they will then adapt their behavior. But we have to be consistent, and it is hard. I know. Yeah, we've had to introduce formal processes and stuff, but we're slowly starting to see a change in behavior. So you have to be patient as a coach, but you have to be consistent.
Thank you, but I don't think kids are the problem. I think the adults are the problem.
I would agree.
Because I'll give an example. Going to a program, kids on time, all coaches late. So the kids are really ready to come out and change the culture, but I think the ones in charge need to step up and do a change for themselves.
Excellent point. So, I guess sometimes as adults we forget, it's not what we say, it's what we do. And our actions will change. So my players, I work with the 15 boys, and at the start, before we went away to tournament, I was sitting up at 7 o'clock and no one was there. But when they realized I was consistently coming at 7 o'clock, then they came on time, because I earned their trust that I would be there to set up. And it's not the kids' fault, it's us as leaders. Great point.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for this amazing panel who painted the picture as clear as day of what sustainable sports investment, welfare, and accountability looks like. Thank you guys so much. We will have a 5-minute break to reset the stage, and we'll have a presentation shortly after from the director of the Sports Commission. So DJ, give us some music, and we're going to reset the stage. Thank you once again, panelists. How are we feeling today? How's it been so far? Inspiring. Oh, I love it. I love it. I tell you, we are here for change. All right, DJ. Thanks. Okay. Building pathways, strengthening systems. Building pathways, strengthening system. What an amazing way to start the panel discussion with such an amazing group who painted a vivid picture of how we can take sports to the next level in this country and produce more athletes like the Delano Williams and Demetrius Pender. Now, I know you've been sitting, so I'm gonna ask you to stand again. Yes, I want you all to fall asleep on me. We're gonna do something called a 10-second silent sprint. So you're gonna put your feet together, right? And you're gonna pump your arms. And you're going to count from 10 to 1 as you pump your arms. Now, you can't cheat because I could be counting too. You ready? Feet together. I can say it like how we used to say it growing up. Silent from 10. On your mark. Get set. Ready. Steady. Go. Push, push, finish line. Now take a deep breath. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Now let's lock back in. So we're going to welcome the director of the Sports Commission, Mr. Jared Forbes, who will give a presentation on translating policy into practical athlete pathways. Welcome, and clap out for Mr. Jared Forbes.
Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon now. Accepting the protocol, I do want to speak a bit to what the Deputy Premier said earlier about time. And so, of course, that time we lost this morning, we may have to make it up now. Some of us are ready to eat, so we have to push lunch back a bit. So that shows that, there's consequences when we're not always on time. I had some things to say today, but I think so much has been said already. I definitely want to commend the panel. It's such an amazing panel and keynote address. Let's give it up for the panel. Some great insights to sport as a whole and also sports in the Turks and Caicos Islands. Somewhere around the Turks and Caicos, there is an 11-year-old child with an extraordinary potential. Maybe it's a footballer. Maybe it's a basketball player, a swimmer, a cricketer, a track athlete. Maybe that person is in this room. We do not know how far they can go, but we do know this: the talent is here. The question, however, is if a child in the Turks and Caicos Islands shows talent at 11 years old, what happens next? Because the answer to that question tells us everything about the state of sport in our country. A question was asked earlier, to the panel, what is the state of sport in the Turks and Caicos Islands? Today, I'm not here to talk about programs. I'm not here to celebrate events. I'm here to talk about whether we have a system that currently works for the athletes that we serve. A few years ago, about 2 years ago, I was walking to my office. It was the end of the high school basketball season. And a group of guys were sitting out in the front waiting to get in. And I remember those kids. They played hard that season. They did well. Some of them won the championship. But something bothered me. I looked at them and I had a question. Where do they go next? Then came a moment that happened last year that I think about quite often. A father came to my office, requested to see me, and he sat down and he said, you know, my son was just MVP of the league. It was a month before graduation. He said, I would like for my son to go to college. You know, what do we do and how can you help? I asked a few questions. I said, what's his GPA? Has he built a recruitment profile? Has anyone prepared a highlight video? Have college coaches seen him play? The answer to every question was the same, no. And sitting there, I realized something. This was not a failure of love. The father loved his son. This is not a failure of talent. The young man was talented. This was a failure of timing, communication, and coordination. The recruitment conversation does not start a month before graduation. I'm glad we have some parents here. We have some young athletes here. I'll repeat that. The recruitment conversation does not start a month before graduation. It starts years earlier. Form 2, Form 3, for some kids, Form 1. That is when, and this is what we're here to change today. Looking back, what strikes me the most is that none of these stories happen because people did not care. They happened because responsibility was disconnected. And when responsibility is disconnected, opportunities fall through the cracks. And we're a small island. We don't have a lot of people. So we really can't afford it. We cannot afford for opportunities to fall through the cracks. But it was not because of bad intentions. It was because no single stakeholder can develop an athlete alone. This is why we must stop thinking about sports as a collective of events, but start to think about sports as, I guess, the most popular word today is a system. Every athlete should move through a journey. As some of our panelists said, a pathway. What is the pathway for if you're an athlete here and you do not know the pathway for yourself, we have a lot to answer for. If you are a coach in this room and you do not have a pathway for your athletes, we have some work to do. If you're a national federation and you do not know what the pathways are for your athlete, and as Dr. Amber said, everyone is not going to go the performance pathway. Some may just go and just be lifelong sport lovers who play for fun, which is totally fine. But if you want to be on a performance pathway, you should know. Participation, moving to competition, talent identification, athlete development, advancing to high performance, and then country representation. A lot was said today earlier about that, right? Sound like we skip a few steps, huh? We go from participation to some competition to national representation. And we skip quite a bit. So today we want to start that conversation. How do we stop skipping the development step? How do we stop skipping the performance track? So the question is not whether talent exists in these islands. They do. We see them every day. The question is whether that journey is intentional or accidental. We had an interesting year this year in Carifta. We got gold medal, silver medal, bronze medals, and we went up against 24 countries, in the Caribbean, and the Caribbean has a ton of athletes. The question we must ask ourselves today, were those medals intentional or were those medals accidental? And you know how you can answer that question? Let's see what happens next year. And the year after that. Are we consistently, sustainably building on a foundation, or are we just having pop-ups every now and again? But I know one thing for certain. I think we're here to change it, aren't we? Here is where I believe the most important challenge we're facing in sports today. Our greatest challenge is not participation. Our greatest challenge is conversion. That's where the gap begins. Converting participation into development, converting potential into preparation, converting talent into opportunity, converting opportunity into performance. That father who came to my office last year was standing in that gap. And too many of our young people are standing there with them. That's what we're here to fix. So we have a plan. And we're working with our national federations to build this together. One of the ways that we are hoping to address this challenge is through the development of a national athlete pathway and development program, targeting two critical windows, ages 11 to 14 and 15 to 17. I know Heaven said 18, so we can go to 18, right? And the program identifies high potential athletes across multiple sport disciplines and place them into an individualized development pathway. Each athlete receiving a tailored development plan focused on their specific needs and goals. Skill development, strength and conditioning, sport, psychology, nutrition, academic support, and the list goes on and on. We know what they need. A lot of what was said today is what our athletes need. The question is, are we identifying that talent? Are we brave enough? Are we brave enough to isolate that talent, still creating pathways for other kids, still creating mass participation opportunities, still creating competitions? We're not taking anything away from anybody. We're just saying, are we brave enough to identify those top high potential athletes and put them through an individualized program? Are we ready for that as a country? Are we going to say, what about my son or my daughter? Are we going to accept the data? We're not taking anything away, we're adding to the system. Not simply training athletes to be a part of a team, but intentionally developing each athlete as an individual. But I want to be clear about something. The program itself is not the point. The point is the principle behind it. Talent should not be left to chance. Opportunity should not be dependent on luck. Development should not begin when it's already too late. And even the clearest pathways will fail if the people responsible for it are not aligned. That's another word we say a lot today, alignment, right? Because pathways, while we need them, pathways alone do not develop athletes. People do. And no single stakeholder can develop an athlete alone. Every stakeholder in this ecosystem touches the athlete's journey. So we have a lot of stakeholders in this room. Athletes, you are the number one stakeholder. We talked a lot today about what we want to do for you, but the question is, what are you willing to do for yourself? The system exists because of you, but the system cannot want your future more than you want it for yourself. Discipline matters, academics matter, athletes show up. Parents, the recruitment conversation does not start graduation year. It starts now. Know the pathway. Engage early. Your child's window is shorter than you think. Parents, if your child is a part of a national federation or your child is a part of a sports club, I want you to ask them that question. What is the pathway that you have for my child? And if they can't answer the question, you say, well, let's build it together. Schools, you see more young people than anyone else in this ecosystem. You're not the end of the journey. You are where the journey begins. Like the minister said, identify talent, encourage it, and hand it forward. Coaches, I used to be a coach. Someone asked me if I miss it. Not too much with the NIL program that's going on. I don't miss it too much. Coaches, you are the most powerful developmental force in a young person's life. Think beyond the season, coaches. Have the academic conversation. Be the person who sees what the athletes can become before they see it for themselves. Federations, you are not simply organizers of competitions. You are the steward of talent. I was so happy with the keynote address when she painted the picture of what the federation is. The governance, you're seeing the picture. They're trusting you. The athletes are trusting you. Private sector. Every time you invest in our young athletes, programs, pathways, you're investing in confidence, character, opportunity, leadership, and most importantly, possibilities. And that's how you really build a country. To my friends at the government, and I'm so happy that the Deputy Premier said that before I had a chance to say it. He said, sport is not just recreation. And as coaches, you know how we feel about it. We were so happy to hear that, right? It's nation building. It's health, education, youth development, national pride. Investing in sport is the kind of, investing in sport is investing in the kind of nation that we want to be. I don't believe that sports should be on the table competing against health, competing against law enforcement, competing against social development, competing against national security. Sport is not competing. Sport is a mechanism for all of those competing priorities to deliver on their mandate. We are the tool that builds education, that builds safer societies, that reduces crime, that improves health. So my friends, get back to the table. And we say, hey guys, crime is up. They say, hey, I got a solution for you. We got some health issues, non-communicable diseases. We got a solution for you. We got some families in disarray, some children losing their way. We got a solution for you. It's called the sport ecosystem in the Turks and Caicos Islands, right? The commission, we're not here to do it alone, nor by ourselves. Our job is to connect the pieces. That's why we're all here together. We connect the pieces, we help the pieces to work together. So, when one part fails, the athlete pays the price. We agree? Now, after hearing all of this, one may say there's nothing happening in sports. Sports is in a tough space. The truth is that a lot has happened in sports over the years. We're not beginning. We're not just starting. Sports has been going on for a while. We have success stories. We have Delano. We have Alvaro Parker, NCAA Division I athlete. Was it the Final Four? Almost. So we have talent. We have stories. We have success stories. We got a young man over here, Mr. Sammy, making waves in football. We have success stories. My friend, Mr. Cox, right here, Division I athlete. Stand up so they can see who you are. We got stories. We got them. Right? But, like I said, we don't want it to be one-off. We want it to be consistent and sustainable. So, let me return to the question I started with. If a child in the Turks and Caicos Islands shows talent at 11 years old, what happens next? After this symposium and the discussions we're going to have, because this is not the end, this is the beginning of a new moment. I spoke to the team yesterday in a brief introduction, and I said to them, I think we're ready. I think we're ready. We have facilities now. We have people that working together. Our governance at federation level is at 92%. We are ready. We have a large participation pool of athletes. I think we are ready to have this conversation, to work together, to start to build these pathways per sport. What do your sport need? Volleyball, great example. May not need the same thing that swim needs. Let's have that conversation, right? We should know. We should know because the coaches notice. We should know because parents are engaged. We should know because the federation guided, the private sector invested, the government supported, and the commission did its part connecting the pieces. We should know because every stakeholder in this room understood their role and chose to play it. That's what we're building today, and that's why we're here, and that's what I'm asking each of us to commit to. Because in the end, systems, not talent, determines outcomes. Thank you guys for your attention. May God bless our efforts, not just our dreams. And may God bless our Turks and Caicos Islands as we develop sports together. Thank you.
Let's give another round of applause for Dr. I speak in things into existence, Mr. Jared Forbes. Systems, not talent, determines outcome. Amazing keynote. Now, I know you guys have been sitting for quite some time. You're about to do one of my favorite activities as an athlete, carb load. I always have a saying on my WhatsApp status, if you ain't big backing, you slacking. All right, so we're gonna break for 30 minutes to have lunch, and that will be the end of phase 1 of today's symposium with me as your moderator. Okay, so thank you guys so much. We have a bright star coming on right after me, and he's gonna take you for the remaining of the services. My name is Leo Leiber, and it's been a pleasure. Thank you. DJ, let's get some music, and lunch will be. All right, so lunch will be buffet style, right on this side, so everybody can get up, grab your lunch, and come right back to your seats.
Top sports stars get there with a lot of coaching. Not just physical, but also psychological. I work with sports people all the time, and here are a few secrets from the world of sports psychology. And it turns out these tricks are equally relevant in everyday life. Tip 1. Being nervous is good. So next time you feel really nervous, try this. Might sound a bit strange, I promise you it works. Tell yourself, I am not nervous, I am excited. Why does this work? Well, we all get anxious and nervous at times. Totally normal. The tendency, of course, is to tell yourself to calm down. Sounds like a good idea, but having butterflies in your stomach and that sense of anxiety is just so far removed from a state of calm, your body just won't buy it. Reframing anxiety as excitement works because both are states of high arousal. But while anxiety is negative and will hamper your performance, you literally feel under threat. Excitement is an emotion that will help you feel positive and look forward to the challenge. In the words of Britain's most decorated Olympian, with 6 gold medals, track cyclist Sir Chris Hoy, never use the words nervous or anxious. Use the words exciting and adrenalised. Tip 2, don't do all the work yourself. All athletes learn how to take care of themselves. But as important as taking care of yourself is learning to let others support you along the way. In 2019, Kenyan long-distance runner Eliud Kipchoge broke the 2-hour marathon record. But he didn't do it on his own. On the day of the event, he had help from 41 pacemakers and of course the support of thousands of people who came along to cheer. Kipchoge asked for the general public to be there because he knew he could run better with their support. Who can you ask to support you in your everyday life? There is no shame in getting help when you're trying to achieve something difficult. Asking for support is a sign of strength, and positive support is priceless. Tip 3, mentally rehearse. Many of the world's top athletes use visualization techniques before a big event. They're mentally rehearsing it in their minds. This can increase motivation, build confidence, and improve your performance. The more realistic this visualization and preparation is, the more successful it will be. Athletes will think about the sounds they might hear, like the crowd. They might smell like freshly cut grass. And imagine what they're going to see and how they might feel. Runners might visualize difficult parts of their race. Before becoming the fastest British woman in recorded history, Dina Asher-Smith had already raced and won multiple times in her mind. She said, I might visualize the final. I run through it as if I'm running it. It's quite fun, and you kind of have to win or else there's no point. So next time you have something to prepare for, like a job interview or an exam, visualize exactly how you would like it to go. Think about what you expect to see, to smell, to hear, and how it will make you feel. Identify any mental challenges and how you could overcome these, so that when you come to do it for real, you are fully prepared. Tip 4, talk to yourself. Negative thoughts reduce confidence. This happens to everyone, even the greatest athletes. But they have learned techniques to overcome them. One technique is called self-talk. Literally, talking to yourself. This can have a surprising effect on your performance. Top athletes will often be heard saying, "You got this, I can do this." It helps them to control anxiety, to build their confidence, and to provide focus. Muhammad Ali, often considered the greatest boxer of all time, was famous for saying, "I am the greatest." But interestingly, he admitted repeatedly saying this phrase to himself long before he became successful. You don't need to say much. Use small phrases like, "You are ready, you are good at this." So, next time your brain tells you you can't do something, just think of Muhammad Ali and tell yourself, "I can."
Sports psychology focuses on understanding how psychological factors influence athletic performance and physical activity. Here are 10 key concepts that shape this field. 1. Motivation. Athletes' drive to pursue and achieve their goals stems from intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. Intrinsic motivation is the internal desire to improve, while extrinsic motivation includes external rewards such as trophies or recognition. 2. Self-confidence. A vital component of peak performance, self-confidence refers to an athlete's belief in their abilities. High levels of confidence improve focus and decision-making under pressure, while low confidence can lead to hesitation and poor performance. 3. Goal setting. Effective goal setting involves creating specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound goals or SMART goals. Setting both short and long-term goals helps athletes structure their training, maintain motivation, and track progress. 4. Anxiety and arousal regulation. Athletes experience stress and anxiety before and during competition, which can either hinder or enhance performance. Techniques like relaxation training, deep breathing, and mental imagery can help manage anxiety levels and optimize arousal for peak performance. 5. Focus and concentration. Maintaining focus in high-pressure environments is essential for success. Athletes must block out distractions and stay present during the competition. Techniques like mindfulness and cue utilization, or identifying key signals within the game, are commonly used to improve concentration. 6. Imagery and visualization. Visualization involves mentally rehearsing successful performance, helping athletes prepare for real-life scenarios. It improves motor skills, boosts confidence, and reduces anxiety by creating a mental blueprint of success. 7. Resilience and mental toughness. Resilience is the ability to bounce back from setbacks, while mental toughness involves coping with pressure, maintaining focus, and persisting through challenges. 8. Team dynamics and cohesion. Team sports require effective communication, trust, and collaboration. Team cohesion is the extent to which team members work together toward a common goal. 9. Leadership. Effective leadership on and off the field can significantly influence team morale and performance. Captains and coaches with strong leadership skills inspire confidence, motivate athletes, and create a positive team environment. 10. Burnout and recovery. Athletes are at risk of burnout due to the intense physical and psychological demands of competition. Recognizing the signs of burnout, such as fatigue, reduced performance, and emotional exhaustion, is crucial. Recovery strategies, including rest, nutrition, and psychological support, help athletes prevent burnout and maintain long-term performance. If you learn something new about how psychology affects our daily lives, then consider subscribing to my YouTube channel so that you don't miss the next episode. Until next time, stay sharp.
Hi, this is Eric Stay. I'm a recruiting specialist and wanted to kind of give you a brief video presentation here on some of the recruiting basics that are important for every athlete that has aspirations to compete at the college level for whatever sport you're in. So one of the biggest things that you need to realize, and need to realize it right away, is the recruiting process starts at age 13. That's when the NCAA, as well as the NAIA and Junior College Athletic Association or governing bodies determines that's when an athlete can start to be recruited by college programs and coaches. Everything starts at age 13. That might be a little bit of a shocker, but that's just what it is. That's the rules that were determined. So it's important to know that right away. In terms of like status, are you behind or not? Basically, yes. Everybody starts behind just because it starts at such an early age. A lot of people aren't overly familiar with the recruiting process unless they had an older sibling that went through it. But due to the fact that those governing bodies, they change the rules often, it's tough to stay on top of all the changes that they make. Unless it's something that you're paying attention to every day, you're probably going to miss it if they make a rule change like when they made the change to age 13. So everybody pretty much starts behind. So one of the key things to be able to get caught up is, first of all, you need to understand that proactivity is going to be your best friend and procrastination is going to be your enemy. Simply waiting to get started with the process or think that you have time to where when you get more into high school or later on in high school, like sophomore year, junior year, even senior year, that you're still going to be in a good spot to be recruited, and this goes for parents as well. You're very, very wrong. That procrastination, waiting will be your biggest enemy, because college recruiting is very, very competitive, and due to the fact that it can start as soon as age 13, and with a lot of changes that have happened in the last 5 years with it, the different rule changes, the transfer portal, eligibility being 5 years, The more proactive you are, the better off you're going to be in this process. So a very important thing you need to establish early is what is important to you. And a big part of that is identifying degree programs that you want to study, or maybe you already know what you want to get a degree in. That's going to be key, because based off of that, you're then going to want to target schools that are athletic programs that are affiliated with colleges and universities that will allow you to get your degree in that. From then, it's just a matter of determining the level of competition you want to compete at. And then the big part, again, is being proactive. So part of the proactivity is you got to determine what needs to be fixed. Okay, you determine what's important to you, and then the next thing is you got to see what needs to be fixed. So obviously you're behind. A big reason why you're behind is you have no exposure happening for you, or you have not enough guidance. But the exposure is a big element that needs to be taken care of right away. Important thing to note, college coaches, it's different nowadays because of the internet and other digital resources. They do not have to get out on the road to try to find prospects and talent anymore, because they're getting a lot of information put there right in front of them, whether it's on their phone or their computer, their email account, with online profiles. And I'm not talking about social media. Online profiles are better than social media because they're very comprehensive. So I, as a college coach, can be able to go to your online profile and do a very, very good and thorough initial evaluation on you to see where you're currently at in terms of your academics, your development, how you're competing in your sport. Can be able to see some film on you. Again, can be able to maybe possibly have contact information to your coaches so I can speak with them. See if you're a multi-sport athlete, etc. It needs to be comprehensive so I can do an initial evaluation to determine if you're a good prospect or not for that level. Obviously, being at a young age, are you going to be able to compete right away? Probably not. But if I can see some potential there, that definitely moves you into the realm of being a legitimate college prospect, even as young as age 13 or 14. So exposure is going to be a key element for you that you need to get fixed right away after you determine what's important to you, and then simply getting that fixed. Now, basically from there, it's about getting your information out to those college coaches. So again, it's important to develop a target list based on what your academic interests are, as well as what your playing and competition interests are. From there, that proactivity is going to be key for you, because you have clarity now, because you took care of these other things that I just talked about, and you've essentially developed an initial strategy to move forward in the process, which is going to be very, very helpful to you in, one, allowing you to compete with other prospects that are in your class. But again, get the process started sooner versus later, because again, if you wait, you're going to be farther behind, and your ability to be able to earn a roster spot and a scholarship opportunity are going to be a lot less. And I'm being very serious about that. It is very, very competitive, more so competitive than other sports in general. Only 7 to 12% high school athletes move on to compete at the college level. So you want to do what you can as soon as possible to get within that 7 to 12% range. I hope you found this helpful, and looking forward to meeting you all at the Sports Symposium.
We're going to go ahead and get started. We just first want to say thank you for taking time out of your very busy schedules to come to our Year 2, Series 2 Parent Playbook. So as you all are aware, we've been making a huge stride into supporting you guys just as much as we support the athletes.
I ain't trying to make it without you, but if I got to, then I got you. This ain't about me, this about the whole cake. We can take a slice on a different day, just keep your plate. God.
I kind of realized that there's a bit of a gap between the parent and our team. We've done a very good job of supporting our athletes, but I feel like we needed to try to bridge that gap and figure out a way that we can also support the parents and show you guys appreciation. So it was really important for me and for you guys to help me put together a curriculum and to go over topics that you may not have thought about before, but that you are actively experiencing or coming across as you're going through and parenting your athlete.
300 to 600 milliliters 1 to 2 hours before training. Whether they feel thirsty or not, try to get that in. It's very important, because once you're training, you're going to burn energy. One tip, chicken livers are quite good for iron. They will count as like 1 week's worth of tablets. Spinach and kale have iron in them, but the iron is best absorbed when there's vitamin C.
I want to see you guys sign in £1 million contracts. That's what you lot have the potential to do. But it's a decision you guys have to make. All of you are talented, all of you have the skill set, but do you have the desire, the discipline, and the mental strength to be able to get to where you want to go? And that decision is completely up to you guys.
The scout watches you play or compete. They are not in a position to offer you a contract. Their job is to tell the club about the talent that they've seen, and hopefully that club invites you. If your child is as good as advertised, they will not pay to act as an agency. If someone wants you, they will find a way to make space for you. So remember that in athletics and in sport.
I really enjoy these parental sessions. They are great for the information. They're great for meeting other parents as well who are in the same and similar positions. We learn a lot practically as well. The more information we get, the better our children are going to be equipped to face the world.
I like the fact that they communicate, and I like the fact that my child is happy to come.
I just think it's been really supportive for both the athlete and the parents. It's given the athletes a place to talk, it's given them new friends, and it's just been a positive experience for both the parent and the athlete.
We feel that this programme has been excellent services. As a parent, we feel this is important for our young athletes.
What really goes on in the minds of elite athletes? How do they always seem one step ahead of everyone else and unshakable in the face of pressure? Well, over the past year, I've worked with pro athletes across 6 different sports as their mental performance coach. And today, I'm going to tell you the 7 things I've observed from working with those in the top 1% of their performance domain. And the best part is, these are all things that you can build and learn yourself. To help you do so, download the free cheat sheet with the link in the description. So, are you ready to learn how elite athletes are wired? Well, let's get started. The first thing that's really telling about elite athletes is that they speak in definitives. So along with coaching guys and girls at the top of their sport, I also work with semi-pro athletes, college athletes, and kids in sports academies. And what I've seen time and time again is that elite athletes are so much more deliberate and intentional with how they speak about their goals and objectives. In our sessions, they'll always say things like, I will do this, or here's how I'm going to make this happen. Whereas those at lower levels veer more towards uncertain language. They will say things like, I will try this, or I think I could make this happen. But what difference does this actually make? Well, for the elite athletes, this isn't just confidence or bravado. There's real science behind this approach. When we speak in definitives, we activate a part of our brain known as the reticular activating system, or RAS. This system acts as a filter for our brain, prioritizing information that aligns with our conscious thoughts and goals. When we use definitive language like I will, I can, or I am, the RAS works to bring our attention to the opportunities and resources that can help us achieve those goals. In contrast, uncertain language such as I will try or I think I could introduces doubt and ambiguity. This can cause the RAS to become confused and less effective in guiding our actions towards our goals. So if we really boil this down, using more definitive language causes your brain to become more geared towards searching for or coming up with solutions. So that's why elite athletes progress so much more rapidly than amateurs. They are commanding their brain to think about new training solutions, to learn more about new tactics or techniques. It just leads to a lot more action, and it really is action takers who rise to the top. And this ties into the next thing that really reveals how pro athletes are wired. They understand the cost of inaction. Being a top athlete is pricey, especially in individual sports where
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to ask that everybody return to their seats, please. Wash your hands, wipe your mouth. Make sure that you enjoyed your food and it went down. I always say that there's 2 ways that food can end. Either you can fall asleep or you can be awake because your belly full. I choose to be awake, so I think everybody should stay up with me. Yeah? All right, so on commencement of the lunch, as we end the lunch hour in the next 5 minutes or so, we're going to start by hearing from Deputy Director of the Sports Commission, Mr. Alvin Parker, and he's going to do a panel with Mr. Trevor Ariza to give us some information. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin. So the next discussion is going to be on roots, responsibility, and legacy. All very important parts of how sports allows us to move forward, and also in terms of what we're able to leave back with our contributions based on what we've accomplished. And so for this conversation, I'm going to invite now to the stage the Deputy Director of the Turks and Caicos Islands Sports Commission, Mr. Alvin Parker, and Trevor Ariza.
Hello, everybody.
Hello. Great. Antonio, a part of this as well? Great, great. Okay, everyone, I'm here with Trevor Ariza. Trevor?
Hello.
Okay, great.
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody.
Good. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pretty sure we all know who Trevor Ariza is. He's been in the NBA, what, 19 years?
18 years.
18 years in the NBA, won an NBA championship. He's one of us, he's here. So we have some questions that we're gonna ask Trevor. You get right into it. Kind of just give us a little bit about yourself.
Okay, my name is Trevor Ariza. My whole family is from Turks and Caicos Islands, Grand Turk. My father, who's in the building, my mother as well. Grandfather, grandmother, aunts, uncles, everyone. I grew up in Los Angeles, California. I was born in Miami. Like a lot of us, our parents decide to have us in the States for whatever reason that is. Yeah. But yeah, I grew up in California, Los Angeles, which is probably 4,000 miles away from here. I grew up in the 90s and early 2000s in Los Angeles, so a lot of people wasn't familiar with the Turks and Caicos Islands. So being from here and living out there, it was a lonely space because, again, a lot of people did not know of our origin or know, that we are here. So every time I would mention, oh, I'm from Turks and Caicos or whatever, I would be like, what? People would be like, what? Where is that? Never heard of it. Right. To the point where it's like, oh, well, man, okay, I guess I'm from here. Right. And I think that was the beginning of the problem for the disconnect for what the athletes and the things that we have here. Right. When they go away, they kind of connect to that because a lot of people didn't understand or know about what we have here.
Well, thank you for that, Trevor. And you just touched on about athletes going away. All right. How was it, or tell me some of the things, or the values rather, that was instilled in you having Turks Island or island parents living in America that helped you to become the athlete that you are, that you were. And Trevor's now retired.
Yes, I've been retired for 4 years. The things that stuck with me the most was the things that was basic. And that's the humbleness, the hard work, integrity. I also really took the fact that pride was something that I come to learn that we carry. That's a lot, and we have a lot of pride.
Right. Good. Now, this segment is called Roots to Richness, right? So, Trevor,
I want you to tell me, when you hear that phrase, what does it mean to you and your personality coming from the islands?
The roots to richness?
Yes.
Okay, to me that just says that we have the roots, we have everything that it takes to be great. It's about how you water your plants and how you take care of them as you grow them. When plants grow, they usually have all the elements that's needed to reach their maximum potential of growth, to where you have something beautiful that reproduces and gives back. In our sense, we have the athletes that have been bloomed and blossomed and grown. You know, now they're back here to give back, but are we able to really give back? And do we have all of the things that we need so that there could be more trees growing from the roots that we planted?
Well, we've heard a lot. Our speakers today talk about the ecosystem, and that's what we're really promoting, that ecosystem. Tell me a little bit about that ecosystem to get you to where you made it.
For me, when I started to play basketball, I was just playing it for fun. I was probably goofy, long, but I had like tools that you can kind of sharpen and shape. And once those tools were identified, there was resources there for me to be able to like hone those skills, to work on them, to perfect them. There was a group of individuals that had the same type of goals that I had. And the thing that was the most beneficial was everybody wanted to get better so that they can change their circumstances. But while you were getting better, it was a group of people that was pushing us, whether they knew it or not. So as they're competing, or as I'm competing against them, they're competing against me, because we've been put in a group that was, I guess, called like the elite group of basketball players at that age. So while we're competing against each other, we still have the ability to learn how to take care of our bodies, nourish our bodies, get rest. We have the facilities, we have the gear, we have all the things that's necessary so that when we're put in front of a group of people that we're competing on, we give ourselves a really good chance at winning whatever we're competing against.
Okay. Now, Trevor, you talked about winning, okay, and it doesn't come overnight. And the success you had and where you made it, the level you made it to, doesn't come overnight. Were there challenges and obstacles that kind of break your spirit, or that you had to overcome to say, I could do this?
There's all kinds of obstacles and things that are put in your way for you to break your spirit or to not move forward. But for me, I always use bits and pieces of my life that kind of shaped my mentality to not worry about, the roadblocks that's in front of me, but push through the roadblocks or move them out the way or hack them down, or regardless on how long it took, that wasn't going to be the obstacle to stop me. So again, I feel like that literally came from what I understood from my father, because I didn't get a chance to grow up with him, but I understood who he is. And also my mother too, because she was not in no way gonna let, me not reach the goals that she thought that I could reach.
Right. Now, having Turks Island parents, living in America, growing up in America, home for the summers, I want to know, what was that like?
As I got older and I got more serious in this basketball, I wasn't coming back as often.
Right.
Because there wasn't, for me, it wasn't, the things that I needed weren't here. And so coming back here for my journey, low key, and I don't want to say this, but it's the truth, it would have been a step backwards for me, because the resources, the things that I needed, the competition, the opportunities, they weren't here for that. So Again, it just kept me away from my heritage, kept me away from who I am, knowing my people. But it also put me in a position to where I was able to be successful. So, I'm 40, going to be 41 at the end of this June.
Right.
I gained so much knowledge and information that it would be it would be crazy for me not to want to be here to try to give it back to, the young athletes that we have. Because again, if my Turks Island born parents and my roots are from here, there has to be more people that can reach the heights and even surpass what I've done with the information and the knowledge that we have if we gave them the resources.
All right, great. Thank you for that. Now, Trevor, you and I speak, and we speak frank when we are talking, all right? This is one that is kind of, I'm going to push the envelope here. NBA champion, you've done all, we know your accolades. You have 2 sons now, right? And one of them, I think, is supposed to be going to Oregon. Having your sons and that environment and what you are able to bring and afford them, one might say Trevor has done this and done that, and those opportunities are being afforded to your sons. What about the rest?
Personally, I feel like it's unfortunate that only people that, or the kids that get to take advantage of the knowledge and the information that I have are my sons. They're with me all the time, but if there was a way that I could literally, write out all my thoughts, write down the path that it takes. And while my 14-year-old, 15-year-old son now is starting from the place that's close to what I'm reading, I'm giving him information daily, like consistently, and I'm not like easing up on him, because if this is your goal, if this is what you want to do, it's not going to be easy. There's going to be days where you're sore, where you're not going to want to do it. And if your goal, if you wrote down your goal, and your goal is to say, I want to go to a mid-major college or a major college or be a McDonald's All-American, this is the formula that you have to use or input to achieve your goals. And even then, you might not still succeed, but you understand what hard work looks like. You understand the pathway into another avenue that sports teaches. Because sports is not only just for sports or the game, it's to teach you how to work with others from different backgrounds, all types of countries or whatever, and also how to actually work together, be leaders, and all of the things that we take into business. You learn them right there in sports.
Great. Now, do you feel, again, this is because of our relationship, I'll ask you, do you feel a sense of responsibility, and how do you feel, to Turks and Caicos, and how do you feel your connections, your relationships could be of some assistance to Turks and Caicos
I
Islands?
feel 100% responsible for the journey of the future basketball players in our country.
Right.
If I was able to just give my information or knowledge, I would love to use all the resources and people and things that I learned over my time in the billion-dollar industry to bring back to give to other kids that have an opportunity to also participate in the billion-dollar industry. Like, for example, the career path that I took in the NBA, the game is becoming more global. So that means they're paying attention to people outside of America. American athletes are athletes or whatever, but the game is growing and the world is bigger. The fact that we're not able to participate in the boom in the economy in sports in the NBA is to me personally, it's embarrassing, because I can't be the only one. Like, it's not possible that I am the only person that could be eligible to play for so long with parents that are from here.
So in your opinion, what do you think athletes from small islands like Turks and Caicos need to get to that level?
We need the resources. We need to be able to lean on our people to give us the opportunity. And also understanding that the opportunity may not be the person that you wanted to have it for. And if you love your country and if you love your place, you know, we all benefit if one of us benefits. So although I haven't been here or grew up here, when I walk outside or when I leave here, I carry y'all with me. And every time I speak of us or speak of you guys, I always talk about the talent that's here. And if we can bring some sort of system and understanding to what we already have and what's already dragging people here to us, can't nobody really, I curse when I speak, but I'm not gonna curse here.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, they wouldn't be able to mess with us on any level because we have, again, pride, we have the work ethic, we have the skill, we just need a structure.
Great, thank you. You said that. I noticed you said we, then you said us. You can stick with we.
We and us, yeah, we, it's always we.
Yeah. Okay, great. Now, what does representation, you spoke a lot about representation and representing. What does representing Turks and Caicos means to you? For young athletes, they all dream about making it big or making a national team and representing the country, whether it's Carifta, Commonwealth Games, or some other games. How important is that to you?
It's more important than representing my last name. And my last name, when you have a family, that is what is like the standard. So when your parent, my mama used to tell me, boy, you going outside, you better make sure you represent my name right. Don't be getting in no trouble. Don't be having nobody come here trying to tell me you're doing this. So with that being said, it just makes more sense that where I've been, you know, in the circles that I move in, if I'm the only person that to do that, I have to represent right. I have to carry the last names of all the people from here.
Right.
So if I put a little dirt or a little whatever on it, it might mess it up for the people behind me.
You're right, you're right. And, you know, that deserves a round of applause because young athletes, you need to understand and know that, of course, first you represent your family's name. And like a Parker, we like to breed, so you have to represent your family name. But more importantly, whenever you travel abroad and you have Team Turks and Caicos across your chest or on your back, you have to really know the importance and the impact and who you are at that moment wearing Team Turks and Caicos on your jersey. You represent the entire Turks and Caicos. It's not just the event that you're participating in, like I'm here participating in the 100-meter event. I'm actually Turks and Caicos best 100-meter runner here representing the Turks and Caicos at whatever event or a meet that you're participating in. So Trevor, we'll continue on. Okay. You've achieved success at high levels, right, in basketball. What kind of impact, if any, would you like to leave in sports development here in the Turks and Caicos?
Oh man, that's funny. I answered a question similar to this earlier today, and I believe that although like the avenue or the stepping stone was basketball,
right,
the most important thing is character, and what we teach our youths, and what we teach like each other, how we interact with each other, how we push each other, how we care for each other. You know, right. I think that is first and foremost. Everything else falls after that.
Okay, great, great. Now we hear stories or the potential of your son having the same journey. I think it was in 1998 that you would have played with Team Turks and Caicos? Was that long ago? And we're hearing now that your son might have the opportunity to have some of the same experiences that you have along with Team Turks and Caicos. How does that resonate with what's your views on that?
To me, I would much rather him play for, well, I have two sons, so which one are you talking about?
Not the one that's the NBA, with the NBA potential. Yeah.
My younger son,
Your
Tristan.
younger son, Tristan. Right.
Tristan has, I've told him about it, I mentioned it to him, and every single day since I mentioned it to him, he's been trying to figure out how he could get here sooner. He loves it. I remember when I brought him here, I used to leave him here for the summers, used to stay in Blue Hills with my auntie.
Right.
And he came back just wearing singlets and all that, just got an island kid, man, what's going on with you? But when he did hear that he had the opportunity to play for the national team, he was excited about it. He's mad at me now because I didn't bring him, because he wanted to come. I think they have practices this week, getting ready to go somewhere. But you know, he's excited about the opportunity. So, and me understanding what it looks like or what it is, before I put him in any type of situation that's not going to help him, I need to see what it looks like first. So as a parent, I'm cautious,
Right.
but as like someone of the country or a fan, I'm proud.
And that must be, you know what, just take a minute and just elaborate on that, because we're here talking about travel visa experience and as an athlete. But you're playing now in the role of a former athlete at the highest level, now a parent who is pretty much guiding their child or their young athletes through that process to go down that same journey. How was that?
To understand it, you're gonna have to like go through the journey. So the journey was, I was drafted in the second round of the NBA. So that means our contracts are not guaranteed in the second round. So you still gotta work to secure your spot, right?
Okay.
So as I had to work to secure my spot, I still understood that while I'm getting better, there were still people from the business side that was making way more millions than me. And I had to wait my turn, and I had to continue to wait, and I had to wait until I got an opportunity to play. And being a young player and learning that regardless of what your talent look like or how you can help, the business comes first when it's dealing with business. I'm able to still, now I'm able to, you know, put my kid in situations that are more beneficial to him, because I already made the business relationships of where he's trying to go. So the understanding and you know, what it's gonna take for him to get there, I'm shaving all the fat off so that he can have a direct chance because of the relationships I made. Like in my industry, some of the general managers now were my teammates over the years. Some of the people that are now presidents of the team, they were the water boy or the towel boy or whatever at a point in time. So why I say character is important, because how you deal with people is you never know what's going to end up happening to them. They could be, they could be washing your shoes today, and then tomorrow they can be on, managing a team or something.
Right.
And so how you treat people is important on top of your talent, on top of the business. And the fact that I understand all of these things and I played for so long, there's no way in the world I'm going to put my kid in harm's way, or anybody that I'm able to mentor, I'm not going to put them in harm's way. So shaving all the fat, giving them the best chance to be successful is something that I look forward to doing.
Great, thank you. Now, Trevor, I'm getting the wave, to wrap up.
Hurry it up.
Yeah, so
I know they ain't talking about hurrying it up and we late.
Yes. But I'm going to ask you this just before we go. You're here today, and it obviously was important to you, right? If, for the young athletes in the room right here today, if there was one thing that you can leave with them, what would your message be to leave with our young athletes?
Young athletes, this is something that everybody goes through, men and women. Everything that you want to do right now that's fun to you, that you don't think, that you feel like you're missing out on if you don't make it, all of those same things are going to be able to be there at the end of your journey, or at the end of the day when you're finished doing the things that you need to do for you. So what I mean by doing things for you, if you're an athlete, getting proper rest, eating properly, working on your body, having an open mind, being able to be coachable, listening to your parents, and just worried about fun after you finish your goals. It's kind of like school, right? If you sign up for something, you know, do it to the best of your ability. Don't look at nobody else's paper because you don't know what else they got going on, because everybody's path is different. Keep your eyes on your own paper and just work as hard as you possibly can.
Good stuff. That's some good stuff. Thank you for that. And young athletes, I'm hoping that what was said here in this segment, I know the other segments shared a lot of good stuff, but this segment was directly to you as a young athlete, hearing it from someone who has made it to the highest level and has won an NBA championship. It don't get no better than this. So I'm honored to be able to help you get it from the horse's mouth. And so with that, Trevor, I'll say thank you. We look forward to continue working together, and to everybody else, enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Give a round of applause for Mr. Parker and Mr. Ariza. All right, so I'm going to ask Trevor to stay. Thank you, Mr. Parker, for joining us. Our next conversation is going to be about the difference between, well, the competition between talent versus discipline, and the commitment of going beyond the spotlight. So the two men that I'm going to ask to join me now are both Olympians, in Mr. Demetrius Pinder and Mr. Delano Williams. And just to give them a round of applause as they come. I mean, to give you some more context as to the greatness of these two gentlemen. I was an athlete for some time, and I had a very short, successful but very short career that was derailed by injuries, right? Welcome, guys. And they have been able to accomplish something that I assume every single person in this room has at least dreamt once about, being an Olympian, right? Being the fastest, being the best, being one of the people who has OLY to the end of their name for the rest of their lives. And I mean, we got icing on the cake with an NBA champion here as well. And so the type of greatness that you're in the room with today is air that people wish they could breathe at the same time for years and years of their lives. So athletes, what I will say is soak the knowledge in. Take every single word that they have to say to you in today, because these are opportunities that people wait their entire lifetimes for, right? Gentlemen, how are you?
Great, great. Amazing.
Well, okay,
Absolutely.
so I'm going to ask you all to introduce yourselves. Give us a little bit of your backstory. Tell us about... Well, yeah, okay, Trevor's okay. Trevor's a friend already. So Delano and Demetrius, I'm going to ask you guys to introduce yourselves.
Afternoon, everyone. I am Delano Williams. I am a sports performance coach here at the Turks and Caicos Islands Sports Commission. And I'm a former Olympian. And that's about it. I think most of you guys know me. And I've been working at the Sports Commission for 4 years now. And it's great to be on the other side to see how logistics works and administration. And I'm very excited for you to have this symposium.
Hello, everybody, again. I'm Demetrius Pinder. I'm from the great island of Freeport, the Bahamas. I'm a multiple medalist, Olympic gold medalist, world indoor champ, silver medalist, and the list goes on. But I've done it. I've been through the stages on knowing what it takes to become a professional athlete in my rim. And now I'm the owner and founder of the Athletes Recovery Center in Freeport as well, and I got my own track team, so I'm actually feeding that knowledge back. So everything we're talking about now, I'm actually doing. Again, we talk about the same conversation and having government help, but it's something that I had to do on my own, but I don't want it to be for another place. I want other people to realize and know that it takes, you know, your leaders and also the athletes that have been through it and come together, and you'll have a successful future with athletes for sure.
All right, welcome, gentlemen. This sound like it can be good. You know, it ain't gonna be good, it can be good. It can be good. So, you're all champions at some of the highest stages in athletics, track and field, basketball in the world. And what I want to know is, there are so many other athletes who try so hard to get to the points that you are. What separated you and gave you that opportunity to be the best in your fields?
I'll say everything you do when nobody's watching. I've been to training where guys would tear me up on the track, and beat me in practice. But, once they leave there, they wasn't still an athlete. When I leave training, I was still an athlete, day in, day out. And like Trevor was saying, it got to be sacrifices. It got to be stuff that you do as far as, the supplements, sleeping on time, recovery. So I separated myself from everybody else by what I did when I wasn't around my coaches, by myself, making sure that I stay on top of everything.
Yeah, for me, being a student athlete, I like to use these 3 words, 3 Ds: discipline, determination, dedication. As some of you guys know, I left Turks and Caicos at the age of 14, had to pack myself up and went to Jamaica for the competition. So what separated me was those 3 words: discipline, determination, and dedication. That grind I had before I left the Turks and Caicos Islands, entering the world of Jamaica, where it's full of track and field greats. So I felt like in that loneliness of time that I had in Jamaica, that grind separates me from the rest of the people that are here.
Along with these 2 gentlemen, everything that they said, but also the mentality of, in this time, or if I'm competing against you, is no way that I'm just gonna let you beat me. I don't care if it's gonna take me like tripping you, if I have to bite you or whatever it is, I'm not gonna let you win. And if you do win, it's gonna hurt. You're gonna feel it.
Yeah, I think I can apply that to my domino game. I gotta start stepping on their toes under the table. So, Delano, you and I actually have very similar stories because we left the Turks and Caicos Islands around the same age to go to Jamaica and pursue track and field. I left at 15, you left at 14. And so I want to ask you this question first and allow the other people to go after you. Because I know for a fact, if you went to Jamaica, you experienced this. It's kind of a redundant question asking if you ever considered quitting, because I mean, it's always a consideration. We always ask ourselves, why do we do this? But in those dark moments, in that point where the bow is enough to break, what made you continue doing track and field?
Great question. A lot of people only see the finished product. They always see the medals, the sponsorships, the many countries that we have traveled to. No one sees that lonely time of grind, what goes into behind the scenes of being a professional athlete, especially when you're competing at the highest level. For me, is you have to be uncomfortable at certain things. Your body will hurt. You will go through some periodization of things that you have never felt before. 95% of the things that regular teenagers have done, I haven't had that opportunity. 5% of that. And that sacrifice I made me into who I am today. So that grind in the dark had me in a way that I can commend myself for, especially being at an all-boys institution. It was an all-boys institution, and we had a girl institution maybe like 3 miles away. It was very tough for me. I don't know if you guys know I'm a twin, and I think that being in those moments helped me to realize who I am today. It brought in, it made me into a man I am today, and I'm still going to school after today. So I will say to athletes now who I coach now, I like to ask my athletes who I coach now, what do you want to do after you finish high school? And they always say, yeah, I want to be an NBA player. What is the pathway to get there? And that's conversations that me and Angelo Garland, who's the head of our sports department, continue to ask our athletes.
And, to add to Delano's point, I also went to an all-boys school in Jamaica. And I always used to say, you look one way and you see waves, you look the other way and you see afros, you don't see no braids, no motivation. So, Demetrius, I'm going to ask you the same question. At your roughest point in track and field, when it was enough for you to quit, what made you keep going?
At some points, when you want to give up, you start to realize that it's your face in the camera, but you're not just doing it for you. You understand? You got your family riding on you. You got your countries riding on you. So at that point, it's like, shoot, I want to quit. But if they see me quit, like everybody want to quit, and everybody's relying on me. So that gave me courage to always wanted to, stay on top of my toes because my family needed me.
Mr. Ariza?
Man, repeat the question one more time.
Okay, so at your hardest moments in the NBA, when it felt like it was time to quit, even before the NBA, what kept you going?
Just the competitiveness, my competitive spirit, knowing that even though these are the best players in the world, the best competition in the world, I'm going to come out here to compete because I feel like the same way. So just staying confident, trusting the work that I put in, and understanding that there's no better place to display the work that you put in to your art or your craft than the highest level of competition. So and I've been through spells where I'll sit for 5 games as a younger player, which is a hard thing to do because we want to compete, we want to play. And just to be able to get the opportunity to work on your game, nothing is handed to you. So again, it created something different, something more than just the sports part of it. It built a hunger so that when I did get my opportunity to play, I wasn't gonna like fail or have to go sit for 5 more games. I wasn't doing that again.
Now, I don't know if it's because I sat in a lot of similar spaces to the other 2 panelists that when you speak, it tickles my brain a little extra, right? So I got you a very serious question. You play golf when you come here?
Yes and no.
Oh man, I need a partner to beat Mr. Forbes. That killer instinct you got, that sounds good.
Yeah, I just feel like I compete to the level of whatever it is so I'm not that great in golf, but if we're all out there playing golf, whoever's the best player, I'm gonna beat them.
Hey, my grandma always used to say, if you don't got a whole person, use 2 halves and make 1 whole, because I ain't a good golf player either. But social media has quickly become one of the quickest ways of disseminating information in the world. It has also become one of the most important factors in terms of athletes getting scholarships to colleges. We don't realize how important it is for athletes to have a good track record on social media and have a good digital footprint, because it is something that schools look at in terms of athletes representing them at the scholarship level. So I want you guys to tell me what athletes should be posting more of in this day and age.
Yeah, go ahead.
So for me, I think athletes have 2 caps to wear. You're either a performer or you're an influencer. You know, if you don't perform well, how are you going to be posting stuff on social media? So for me, we did have social media back when I just retired 4 years ago, like Trevor. But if you don't perform, you won't be able to use your social media. So I will say that use your social media as a business. You know, do well, and then the performances, the Instagram, and that stuff will come. So wear 2 hats: be a performer or an influencer. And in today's world, athletes they are making good money off of social media, you know, but it's how do you use it? And as you can see at the Sports Commission, we using our social media to reach out to a few people. So I'd like to advise some of these athletes, take social media as a business, but still be able to perform under that same aspect.
Yeah, me personally, I believe in social media is like a gift and a curse, because the gift is the world gets smaller. The curse is now you can't keep your eyes on your paper and you're comparing yourself to other people's journey. And not only when you're comparing yourself to other people's journey, when you have 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 good clips that you can post and put together, you trick yourself into thinking that's what you are and you don't want to put in the work. So the most important thing with social media, I believe, for younger athletes is the people that are responsible for the younger ones to guide or understand what is good for and what is not good for. So if you want to use it in a business sense, yes, it's good for you. When you are trying to get a college to look at you, they know that those are clips that you're putting together, you know, 10-second clips, 7-second clips. That's not the body of work that anybody's looking for. So the body of work that people are looking for, or what they're gonna figure out, or what they wanna know, is if you got the work ethic like these gentlemen. Are you gonna do it when the lights aren't on? What are you doing with your time when you're not filming or you're on Instagram? Are you working on your game? Are you working on your craft? So that's why I feel like Instagram or social media is like a gift and a curse.
Just to bounce off what Trevor's saying, I'm not old, but I'm kind of old school. Like, I tend to stay away from social media when it comes to athletes. If an athlete need to be seen or, hear about, that's why they have people like us, coaches, or the higher ups, or people who's involved in their life. That's what we're here for. Like Trevor say, I made those connections to make it easier for him. So you don't need to be in that mix of putting yourself out there and getting mixed up with something that doesn't have anything to do with you. Let me deal with that. All right, I've done the part. I've been there, and I've seen social media mess up a lot of people. Like Trevor said, you get to competing. You get to want to be like this person. I've seen a guy who had most of the talents watching Michael Johnson. Michael Johnson ran fast, but he didn't have one of the best forms either. And now you running like Michael Johnson thinking that's the way to run, which, you have to learn your own path, your own way. So for me, I tend to try to keep athletes away from the social media and let the coaches and the people that's dealing with them deal with that.
Yeah, I'm a true believer in the best work is done when no one will say thank you, when no one will give you an award,
Absolutely.
when no one is there to say great job, when no one is there with you. Is sometimes the point when you get to the best version of yourself as an athlete. And so I'm going to put you guys on the spot just a little bit, right? This closing question is going to be a hard question to answer for someone with all of you guys' experience. But I also want to challenge you all to give a different response to this question. So, if every athlete in this room followed one piece of advice for the next 5 years from each and every one of you, what would it be?
You want to go first?
Commitment. What is your commitment? Ask yourself why you are doing this. I feel like some athletes that we have now that I work at the Sports Performance Center, if you ask them why you're doing it, they can't give you an answer. Why are you committed to some of the things that you're doing to your body? Why are you putting your body to this test? So for me, I think it's the commitment for each sport that you participate in.
Yeah, I like that. What is important, I think, is just keeping your eyes on your own paper, understanding everybody's path and timing is different, and your clock doesn't start when somebody else's clock starts. Your clock starts when you lock into what you want to do, and you feed or you pay the rent on what you need to pay every day. So there was a saying that says, what is it? Today the rent is due and you ain't paid yet. And when you pay, you'll know. It's at the end of the day. And what that means to me, the way I see that is, can't nobody else do your job for you. You have to do the work. You have to be serious about the work, so you got to be committed to it. And you can't worry about the noise of the person next to you. Because at 14, he could be the best, the greatest since sliced bread. At 18, you may have done caught him, jump higher, shoot better, run faster. So worry about your race, worry about your lane, and just keep your head down.
With that, I think it's really important to put out there to put in the kids' brains nowadays to let them know that you're not going to miss out on anything. These things is not going anywhere. The same club that was here 10 years ago is still going to be here 10 years in the future. Or you'll meet other people. There's other people that will come into your life who you thinking, is here for you right now. You don't know what that situation might be in the next 2 years, 5 years. So right now, and what I've experienced, that a lot of kids think they're missing out. And they want to do this now. Like, I got to get this in. I don't want to take this away from my life, which if you do, you will reap everything, later on once you get that discipline and continue to believe that, hey, I'll be back. I'm going to take this time, like you said earlier, I'm going to take this time out for me. I'm going to focus on me and do you, I promise you, Like, trust me, we've all been there. And we have all went through that same process of having to sacrifice and staying away from stuff that we wanted to do. I wanted to party. I wanted to stay on the phone late nights, but I had to sacrifice those things in order to become, an elite athlete. And I feel as if we need to start it in these kids more often, letting them know that is okay. It's okay to say I'll be back, and I think that's important.
Thank you, gentlemen. And to add to that, the only thing that I would add is understanding the spotlight that they've been given as well.
Yes.
It is very niche, the opportunity that athletes get to be in the spotlight for an entire nation, right? An entire people, sometimes even an entire ethnicity. When you become the first black person to achieve something, you're representing our entire race, right? And so athletes, what I would say is that platform is often given to you based on your accomplishments, but you have to learn to treasure it. You have to learn to use that platform to do the right things, use it for the right reasons, and use it to influence the right people, and bring the right people up with you as well. As a Turks and Caicos Islander, Trevor is one of the people that I look up to. Delano is also one of the people that I look up to. Demetrius is also one of the people I look up to because they took the opportunity with two hands and they went back and gave it to another person in their country. Absolutely. And that is our responsibility as Turks and Caicos Islanders, ensuring that the next Turks and Caicos Islander can not only get the opportunity you got, but maybe even get a better one. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me today. All right, so our next segment is going to be centered around education. And I love that we're having this conversation and the great Minister of Education, Honorable Rachel Taylor, is right here with us as well. Education is the pillar to what you are doing as a student athlete. You're learning too, right? And the student part is so important. And so for that conversation, I'm going to invite Ms. Sarah Hickman to deliver her presentation on mental performance.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. I had every plan on being there with you guys, but unfortunately, I took a unexpected traumatic dive down the hill, had shoulder surgery this past Monday. So I'm dealing with my own mental strength and resiliency around overcoming an injury, and just happy that I can be here to present to the group. Super excited that that this is being put on, and that all of this education and great messaging is being given to these young athletes and their families and the educators. So my section, or my kind of piece of the pie today, is really talking about the mental side. And a lot of athletes spend a ton of time training and working out and getting their body right. But we also want to make sure that as you're moving in the direction of achieving your goals, that you also find ways to build your mind and strengthen your mind and have a psychological training that you do. So today we're going to talk about some of the things that you can be doing as you pursue your goals and as you begin this journey. I really liked, a number of the messages that the athletes shared. And one of the main ones Trevor kept repeating was, keep your eyes on your own paper, have your own journey, make sure that, you're kind of doing what works for you. So we're giving you a lot of ideas, but some of this is figuring out, what can I build into my system? How can I help myself and my well-being? So let me keep going here. So keys to the next level. I know that's why everybody's here. They are hoping to get to the next level, be able to challenge themselves, be able to do something special, be able to feel good about your accomplishments. And there's a lot of uncertainty with that. And so the more that we can help build in some strategies and some things that you can be doing, hopefully that gives you a little bit more of a map, a little bit more of some direction and kind of a compass to follow. But one of the main things that we are going to have to make sure that each and every one of us develops is mental resilience. So you see this athlete fall down on the track, and just like me, I wiped out really badly on the sidewalk with my dogs. Physically, I fell down, but both her and myself and anyone else who's had a setback, an injury, or a difficult situation, we need the ability to cope with that. We need the ability to bounce back from a crisis, a trauma, or a stressor. And a lot of times the way people deal with this is to just not deal with it. They will avoid it. They'll ignore it. Sometimes athletes get hurt and they just keep going. They push through the pain. That's often a message that, has been given in the sport context, is like push through, just keep going, ignore it. But we need to be able to attend to distress and pain and manage it, not just hope that it goes away. So we want this ability to be flexible of how we regulate ourselves, our minds and our emotions. We need to be able to navigate hardship and eventually recover and grow. So a lot of times traumas are things that we learn from, that we get stronger, and that can hopefully help us with our confidence. One of the things that helps with confidence is remembering the times that we've struggled and really had to challenge ourselves and really had to be uncomfortable and get through it. And when we can think about those things, we can think about all the things that we've struggled through, that can actually give us a sense of confidence or belief in ourselves that we can get through something difficult. And so I think it's easy to keep going. It's harder to stop, to address something, to deal with it, and then continue to grow. Both things can be true, where you essentially attend to things that are painful or difficult, and you keep going. So that, I think, is a huge, kind of component of mental toughness, or athletes who are mentally strong. They have mental resilience, this ability to bounce back. The other thing that athletes who succeed have is a growth mindset. This concept where it isn't just you think you're good at something and now you just should be good at something. So if you're talented, if you have a lot of natural talent, which if most of you are trying to pursue a higher level of competitive experience, you probably have some physical talent. And we can get kind of comfortable with the idea of what we're good at. And we can talk about ourselves in that way, like I'm good at defense, or I'm a fast runner. And now we have that label of it as if I am or I'm not. That's not really how life works. And it certainly isn't how competitive environments work. Sometimes people who are fast have slow days, and they have injuries, or they have setbacks. So we have to be thinking about ourselves in the way of how I can develop through effort, through attitude, through persistence, not just that I have this fixed ability. So fixed mindset is I'm good or I'm not. Growth mindset is I can find a way to get better. I can find a way to grow. I can find a way to develop, especially if a team or an environment might be using an athlete in a way they're not used to. A lot of teams that I've worked with, the Clippers, the Kings, the Jets, the Nets, I've worked with professional athletes for decades, and they have to adapt. They have to be able to become better at a skill set that maybe isn't their first preference in order to have value for the team. In order to have an opportunity at a university or a professional sports team, they have to be able to learn a different skill set and become better at that. So having that mindset where you are always trying to grow, and that you don't necessarily see something as good or bad or a fixed or something that can't be changed, is really important when it comes to dealing with your journey and your process, being able to find that persistence and that ability to say, interesting, that practice didn't go so well today. I wonder what I can do differently tomorrow so that I can feel better about my effort and my attitude and my outcome, versus getting mad at ourselves that we had a bad day of practice. I think we want to be curious about what does that mean to grow and improve and get better. One of the things we absolutely can improve and get better, especially in this world of social media and all of the things that come flying at us, is our focus. And one of the main things that contribute to an athlete's success is their attention and focus in the right place at the right time. And there's a couple different ways that our brain and focus and attention can have energy or direction. So one is outside around us, right? And that's looking at the other person's paper. That's paying attention to all the Joneses and what everybody else is doing. Sometimes our attention needs to be in our own head about what we're doing, about our plan, our strategy, being able to really think through what's best for us, that more kind of internal focus. Sometimes we need more narrow focus in terms of what we're keeping our mind energized with. We can get distracted and overwhelmed with all of the things that we could be thinking about. And athletes tend to overthink. They tend to think about a lot of things that often aren't very helpful for them, especially pre-competition or during a game or a competition if they've perhaps made a mistake. So how do we get our focus and attention where we need it to be? How do we help our brain get locked in? How do we get our brain to cooperate with us when we're upset or emotional or anxious? We need to train it. We need to be able to practice keeping our focus on the right things at the right time. And that's often what coaches are for. We talked about coachability and being coachable, but coaches are often there to help us with getting our mind in the right place, to say, okay, focus up here. Let's go, huddle up. Let's get together of next play and what we're going to do. But we eventually have to be able to do that with ourselves, be able to say, where is my focus right now? Is it where it needs to be? Or am I more distracted and overwhelmed by all of the scrolling I just did on Instagram, or on the fact I didn't just get into this college and now I'm spinning? We want to be able to keep our mind in a place that's helpful and productive. So being internal, being external, being broad and being narrow, being flexible and being more disciplined, those are all ways that our brain needs to have a skill set and needs to be able to be good at all of them. And that, again, takes practice. So, there are a lot of activities that you can be doing to practice your attention. And even when you go for walks or you're walking into a room, paying attention to the details around you, just take a moment now and kind of look around you and kind of take note of things that maybe you didn't pay attention to when you walked in the room. It's such a beautiful setting with all of the, kind of pomp and circumstance around the meeting, but really take a moment and just kind of look at some details around you, including people's faces and kind of the energy. Sometimes we're so in our head, we're not actually tracking what's going on around us. And when we are in a sport environment, we need to be paying attention to the cues around us, including what our opponent is doing and what our teammates are doing. If our teammate isn't looking right, we kind of want to cue into that and be able to attend to that person who might need us in that minute to get their energy up or get their attitude in a better place. The main thing actually, though, that helps with focus is meditation. And if you don't have a meditation practice, if you've never heard of meditation, or you are kind of on the fence about meditation, it sounds like woo-woo, spiritual, religious. And there's just so much evidence, so much research in the medical world that supports the practice of meditation and the benefits to our brain. And meditation itself is simply keeping our focus single and in one place. So that can be something as simple as breathing. So, on your next breath, just right now, pay attention to your next inhale and your next exhale. Just follow your inhale and follow your exhale. And then imagine doing that 300 times, where you follow your inhale and you follow your exhale 300 times without being distracted, without necessarily letting your mind wander off. And our mind wants to do that. It gets bored, it gets antsy, it gets, kind of like accustomed to something, and it wants to start doing something a little more exciting. But if we sit and we gently bring our mind back to our breathing and back to our inhale and exhale, and we stay with that 300 times, now we're training that muscle, that attentional muscle, that ability to stay where we need to be, to focus on what matters, which for right now, we're deciding is our breath. It may be on a mantra. It may be on a phrase that you want to repeat over and over of, I am strong, I am ready, right? So before a competition, you may want to have a mantra meditation where you repeat to yourself 300 times, I am strong, I am ready. And you literally completely immerse yourself into that thought, into those words, and into that feeling. And that helps our brain balance. It helps our brain be less reactive. It helps our brain, when we do need to reset, like in a game or a competition where we made a big mistake or we screwed something up, we have to be able to get our mind back in the game, and we have to be able to get our mind refocused. So what better way to do that than to practice? My mind starts wandering, thinking about, oh, what am I gonna have for dinner? What did I do yesterday? Oh, what am I doing tomorrow? Oh my gosh, I want to go to the beach. And then I notice that and bring myself back to, I am strong, I am ready. I am strong, I am ready. And I don't judge myself for wandering my attention. I don't go, gosh darn it, Sarah, why can't you pay attention? Why can't you just focus? What is wrong with you? That is also something we have to practice at, not being so critical, not being so negative, not being so impatient with ourselves, because our brain needs help. It needs practice. It needs training. And just like a little puppy is, very anxious and kind of overwhelmed with the world, our brains also can get overwhelmed with the world. And so we want to be patient, just like you guide a puppy on a leash back next to you. We want to gently guide your brain back to where you want it to be and not be so critical, angry, or impatient. Okay, back to the breath, back to my mantra. Your mind might wander 500 times in a meditation. That is the practice. It is literally the ability to observe your thoughts, not react to them, and be able to keep your mind in your intention of where you want it to be. So it is simple, but not easy to meditate, because there's so many other things we could be doing. We could be getting extra shots up. We could be lifting, we could be running, we can be strength training, we can be studying film, we can be on Instagram and studying our opponent. That things that are doing and are very kind of immediate and rewarding in the moment. Meditation is something that requires us to be still, that requires us to be usually seated. You can also walk and meditate. You can lie down and meditate, but it's essentially asking us to slow down. And that, as an athlete, as a competitive person, is something you want to get stuff done. It actually is pretty challenging to carve out time for that. But we've seen some of the greats meditate on the court. You'll see LeBron, and you'll see some of the, track athletes preparing themselves, closing their eyes and getting themselves centered before they compete. And it is a helpful practice to really find places to be able to build that in. Managing pressure is a huge part of an athlete's job and responsibility. There's often a huge fear of failure that athletes have. What if I can't do this? What if it doesn't work out? There is expectations of others, of what my parents want, what my island wants for me, what my coaches want, what my teachers. We often can feel a lot of pressure from what other people hope for us or want for us. and they can want good things for us, but that can feel now like an expectation instead of a desire or a drive. And we want to be mindful of expectations versus motivation. Expectations are something that should happen, and rarely is that true. I mean, if a more talented team should win, then why do we play? I mean, right now we're in NBA playoffs. The Knicks are up 3-1, and they're back in San Antonio tonight. If the Knicks are supposedly favored and the better team, why play at all? Because there's no given that no matter what the talent level or no matter what the record is, tonight they have to go compete and they have to go prove it and they've got to go earn it. They've got to go do it. And so we want to find ways to stay hungry and motivated and focused without having these expectations weighing us down of what is supposed to happen. But it's very hard when we lose something, when we lose a goal, when we have a goal that we didn't meet, where we want something so badly and we didn't get it. And it can be, as someone mentioned, like easy to think about quitting, easy to think about stopping or giving up. And being able to do this, manage this pressure, handle the opportunities in a way that seems more exciting and fun and interesting and kind of challenging in a good way. And that comes down to making sure you're ready. So you want to make sure that the challenge is in proportion to your readiness, both mentally and physically. Oftentimes pressure comes where we feel the challenge is overwhelmingly beyond our capabilities. We also don't want to have things be too easy because then we're not focused and motivated. So we got to find that sweet spot to be able to really challenge ourselves in a way that feels healthy and not overwhelming and kind of, something that gets us into a dark place. So the way to do that in sports psychology is arousal control. And if you don't have a sports psychologist or you don't have someone you're working with on your mental state, I think this is one of the main areas that you really want to look into and figure out for yourself, which is how do I get into that flow state, that state of being where things are effortless and things just click and they happen and they come and I don't have to force them. And it feels natural and easy and comfortable. And I'm performing at my highest level, at that peak performance. But oftentimes being under-aroused or over-aroused kicks us out of that flow state. So we've got to figure out strategies, how we talk to ourselves, our breathing, regulating our breath, and managing our energy throughout the course of a competition to be able to stay and give us the best chance of staying in that sweet spot of performance, of being able to really thrive and find that spot that feels, again, that good challenge, that focused calm, where I love it. You'll hear athletes describe that space or place as, joyful, fun, easy, effortless, powerful. They just feel like they're machines that could go all day, that it's clicking, everything's clicking. And we can't chase it and we can't force it, but we can create the conditions to help that space and place last longer and be more accessible to us. But again, it takes training and it takes preparation. So self-talk, how you talk to yourself matters. The kinds of things you say to yourself as you're practicing and competing, as you're preparing, these messages matter. We want them to be realistic. We want them to be positive but believable. And we want them to be something that our brain latches onto as a motivating statement. So a lot of times friends and family will say things like, oh, don't worry, it'll all work out. And that sounds good in theory, but our brain doesn't believe that. Our brain's thinking, no, I have to have something happen. I want to have something happen. So how we talk to ourselves is going to help us stay the course. Being able to have that language for when we do get frustrated or down or scared, and being able to talk to ourselves like a very good coach would talk to us, thinking about how coaches have used words to be able to get our minds engaged. And sometimes that's just through technique. Sometimes it's just pump your arms, right? Like get those arms going 90 degrees, let's go, get those elbows down. And now I'm out of my head and I'm able to focus on my technique and not so much on how tired I am. So these are things that every single person wants to develop a nuanced strategy for arousal control. The last thing that I would say is a very important process is routines to manage your arousal, your focus, and your energy. When we automate systems, when we come up with routines that are not something we have to think about, it reduces our anxiety, it improves our focus, it saves us energy, and it helps us just use the energy for other things. So things like a bedtime routine, when athletes are competing or training, we want there to be a bedtime that you actually are setting and that there's a routine around it to wind down that does not include your phone, right? Being off devices before bedtime is a huge habit that most people, 99.9% of people would benefit from, but athletes in particular, we're trying to help your brain kind of ease into sleep, and you need sleep like oxygen. It essentially is your recovery. Pre-competition routine, what do you do before you go compete, whether that's practice or a game? In-game routines or in-competition routines, that might be for a free throw or that might be for your start out of the blocks. What is your routine to get yourself ready, to get yourself mentally, physically synced up so that you feel prepared? And then a morning routine. What you do when you get up in the morning often sets the tone for the day. I'm sure you guys have heard this. I'm not saying anything you haven't heard, but how many of us, kind of screw with our morning routine? We hit snooze, we sleep in, we hop on our phone right away, and we're not as disciplined with how we're starting our day. And they've definitely shown that people who meditate in the morning are going to have an advantage for their ability to get things done. So can you build in even a 5-6 minute meditation in your morning routine? Or can you, if you have a dog and you walk your dog, can it be more meditative, as you take that walk in the morning? So the last thing I just want to touch on is obviously managing your well-being across this journey. There's certainly mindset and competitive mindsets and trying to get your mind right. But then there's also your mental health, which means your ability to feel emotions, your ability to have balanced thoughts, your ability to sleep and eat and have energy. And there's times in life where our mental health can suffer, whether it's a loss that we've had, maybe an important family member has passed away unexpectedly, or we have an injury, or we have a setback or a disappointment, a breakup, and it can really cost and cause some challenges in our well-being. So some of us have history of depression or anxiety. It runs in our family. Some of us have, had trouble with substances, of drinking too much or smoking or using substances that really do affect your brain chemistry. And when you're, struggling, when you're having to push yourself and really wanting to get to the next level, we do want to make sure that you're checking in on your mental health. And that can even be through your primary care doctor. That can just be making sure that you talk to your doctor. It can be your pastor. It can be a good friend or family member that you're just kind of checking in. But mental health professionals exist for a reason. We can diagnose and treat and get you back online. So if any of you out there are struggling with something, whether it's OCD or ADHD, severe anxiety related to flying or performance, these things are treatable. They have a treatment plan. We can get people better and we can get them feeling way more like themselves. So I just want to make that plug for mental health, that we are attending to that, taking care of that, and making sure that we're prioritizing that. I was so appreciative of Turks and Caicos and the commission, because their first thing when I fell and got injured was your health is everything. And I felt horrible because obviously I planned this for months to come and participate in this amazing summit and symposium. And yet what could I do? This was an unexpected accident, but having them message to me that health is everything, and take care of your health, that certainly helped with being able to put my mind at ease to do that. And so we've got to find ways of doing that with each other as well, of making sure that we acknowledge the need to take care of our mental health and prioritize that. So I mentioned the power of sleep as a pillar of mental health. I can't emphasize that enough. There are so many things that compete with sleep, and so many things that get pushed, or sleep gets pushed because we have this and this and this to do. But if there's one thing that I can say affects your energy, your attitude, your outlook, your mood, your thoughts, it is your sleep. So if anything's going on with your sleep, you're not sleeping, you're waking up in the middle of the night, you're waking up early, you can't fall asleep for an hour, please talk to your doctor, work on your sleep hygiene, seek help for that. There's a lot of performance staff that are trained in how to help with sleep. And this is a huge part of your performance being optimal, but also your mental health being optimal. So in that, obviously, we've just emphasized that the need to have a support team is critical, and being able to create one that works for you, whether that's your athletic trainer, your coaches, your dietitian, your parents, your teammates, someone who doesn't have anything to do with sports. You know, sometimes having someone outside the system who really doesn't have that much skin in the game and just loves you for you is an important part of the team. But certainly having people like all these former players who have come in to give advice, having someone who's gone before you, a mentor, you know, someone you trust that can give you really solid advice and direction of how to navigate this journey. That is a part of mental health and wellness and optimizing performance, is creating and keeping that team as you move through your journey. So just, I know that's been tapped on a number of times, but I just wanted to double tap that message, especially as this ecosystem, and we're talking about this ecosystem that you guys are operating in. How do we maximize the ecosystem? How do we pull in components that are really going to help you and make things more manageable for you? So I'm just super excited to have this opportunity. Thank you so much for creating this time and space, carving out this time and space for talking about mental health and mental performance. Super proud of TCI and just everything that's happened with this athlete symposium. It's phenomenal, fantastic, just proud to be a part of it. So thank you again. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to open up the floor and take questions.
Okay, we have one question. Oh, okay, I see two hands here.
Or comments.
Good afternoon. My name is Reynaldo. I am a tennis professional in Turks and Caicos and the founder of TCI Tennis Academy. My question for you is, for us as coaches, what is the best advice that you can give us in order to prevent the burnout for kids or for young athletes?
Yeah, thank you for asking that question about burnout, especially for young athletes. I think anytime things get too serious too soon and are too high pressure in a way that doesn't allow fun, experimentation, growth mindset, when you sense this athlete is very frustrated by not performing well, when you don't have built-in fun into a practice or a training, I think there has to be some level of cross-training that goes on, even if you have, you know, an athlete who is dedicated to tennis or track or football or soccer, whatever it is, there still has to be a way that they can have fun with the sport and that there's other things that they do to challenge their mind and body. I think burnout comes when they don't have a break, when they don't have time off, and when it is too serious, when there is no room for fun or exploration, no room for enjoying, you know, being silly or goofy. And especially for young people, they need that ability to be creative, to have outlets, to be able to be silly and joyful. I mean, one of my trainers would always encourage us to make a mistake right away. Like in the first half hour of our training was like, I want you to fall. I want you to make a mistake. I want you to feel like it's okay because you're here to grow and learn. And too often, everyone's trying to get it perfect. They're trying to get it 100% perfect all the time. And I know as a gymnast, that was part of my, contributing factor to anxiety and burnout was the striving for perfection, of feeling like that was the only acceptable bar, was to get something perfect. And that is definitely overrated. Most exceptional athletes are not perfect. They have their flaws, they have their challenges, and yet they have a lot of gifts and abilities. And so for coaches, finding a way to mix things up, finding a way to diversify, finding a way to let mistakes be okay, and to also encourage growth. I think when we think about what helps the brain learn, it's freedom and flexibility. Our muscles like push, like our muscles like intensity. So when you do bicep curls, you do it intently and you increase the weights and you make it heavier. The brain is not like that. The brain likes to have some freedom. It likes to have some space. It likes to be able to have alternative ways to do things. And so when it doesn't, it tends to get tight and it tends to cause anxiety. So I hope that answered your question. I think it's great that you're even asking it, that coaches are asking, what do I do to prevent burnout in my young athletes? And how do I make sure that I even look at their calendar and say, where is your break? Like, where are you going to take a break? And for a lot of young athletes, it's really difficult. They'll say, I can't take off for a week. Everyone's going to beat me. They're going to get ahead of me. They're going to pass me. I can't afford it. But I can tell you when athletes don't take breaks, they get injured or they burn out and they want to quit. So which one is worse, right? It's like, you've got to find ways of building in time where they have downtime mentally. Did that help? I don't know.
Hi.
Hi.
Cool. I
can't hear you very well.
Oh, is it not loud enough? Okay, cool.
Now it is.
Okay, thanks. My name is Ansi Dariska. I am a martial artist, and I'm a representative of the Boxing Federation in the Turks and Caicos Islands. And my question is, so sometimes we have the kids that normally come in and train with us, but sometimes we will notice that they're going through certain issues and things within their lives, like how you mentioned breakups or relationship issues or a death in the family, where some of it, yes, we do help with and we support them and help them continue their training and help them out mentally. But then there are some times where the situation is too large in scale, where it's too heavy for them, where we kind of advise them to take a break from the sport altogether for an indefinite period of time. My question is, how do you manage that as a coach?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. I think we have looked at mental health return to play protocols, right? So the Olympics, for example, has their own mental health return to play protocol for if you had, can you hear me?
Yes.
You guys hear me? Okay. So if you had an injury, right, and you had to take time off to recover, to do rehab, but now you're having to come back and start practicing again, the physical therapist tries to oversee that. But in a mental health situation where you have a personal situation or a emotional situation, there can be a need to kind of, assess for safety. Like, is this person able to physically focus enough to where they're not going to get hurt? B, if they take time off, I don't think to have time off is actually helpful for most people. What they need is something else to do with that time off. So that would be where they should go talk to a counselor, or that they should, maybe do like a yoga class, or maybe do something that's a cross training opportunity, maybe a meditation class, or maybe something that's a little bit more kind of focused on self-reflection, slowing down. What athletes don't like to be told is just go home and rest, like just go home and don't do anything. They actually don't do well with that. So as coaches and support staff, we do want to figure out, like, okay, if they aren't physically, mentally ready to do something like boxing where they could get injured, if they're not fully in the game, if they're not fully mentally there, then can they maybe just go spar? Can they, what kinds of things could they do that require less mental decision making and are less risky? And maybe we have them do kind of a alternative workout while they're kind of working through this situation. I think the athlete also needs to have a voice in it around, like, where they feel and what they feel would be helpful. Some athletes really think like, yeah, I do need some time off. I can't think, I can't focus, I've had professional basketball players be like lying on the floor sobbing after a breakup or a child custody situation. They're not eating, they're not sleeping, like they can't function. And we've got to deal with that. Like, we need to spend this time to help them get support and resources. So, I will essentially say, like, hey, this person is going to be gone for at least 3 to 4 days to handle a personal matter. And then once again, that they get things better, they're eating, they're sleeping, they're able to function. Now let's get them doing maybe just drills, or maybe they're back in the weight room. Maybe they're doing stretching and, flexibility work or mobility work. What we don't want is this all or nothing of like, you're so upset, we just don't want you around. We don't want you to be here. Go and just handle your business. I see teams do that quite a bit, where they'll just say like, oh my gosh, this sounds terrible. Just take as much time as you need. But the athlete doesn't know what to do with themselves with that time. And that also is kind of this open-ended thing where it's a little tricky. So having support staff kind of discuss, let's come up with a plan for this athlete with their weigh-in. Like, how are you feeling about this? What if we had you just do these exercises? Because I had an athlete who had a concussion recently, and because of the concussion, she was bullied by her teammates. Her teammates blamed it on her that they lost the playoffs because she wasn't a goalkeeper, and they were really mean to her. They were, finding her in the classroom and like not beating her up, but essentially kind of ganging up on her. And so now she's scared to go back to practice. She actually is worried about how she's going to be treated. And we needed to, myself, the parent, and the coach needed to kind of come up with a plan of how do we help her return to play safely, both mentally and physically. What do we give her to do when she's not practicing? And when she does go back to practice, she can do pool drills, but she's not in live play, not at least for the first 3 days. So it's a little nuanced, right? Like, there's no one right answer for these things. It does require some thought and hopefully some mental health support to help weigh in for that. But I do think helping the athlete navigate that as a coach, and you also have a say in terms of what you're not comfortable watching. So, the coach has an important role of saying, whoa, I'm not comfortable having you go in and live spar right now, given your mindset. Like, you just cried for 20 minutes. Like, I'm not comfortable with that. Like, I don't feel your mind is in the right place. So let's go do some sparring drills instead, where you're not against an opponent. So that's kind of what I've worked on in my capacity as a team psychologist, and also just as a mental health support person to help teams, coaches, and parents with these kinds of situations.
Thank you very, very, very much, Dr. Hickman. I know that all of your responses are not just informed, but you have a knack for inspiring them just towards the Turks and Caicos Islands and giving us responses that we can apply to our small island home. And we're very grateful for not only your presentation, but your ability to leave some of your knowledge with us today. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Okay, so we are going to move now towards the support to success portion of our program today. So you'll see that on our stage now, we have two of our very own athletes, Mr. Samuel Harvey, please stand, Sammy, and Mr. Ethan Taylor, who are here with their fathers, and they're going to talk about how they support their children to success, and we're going to invite Ms. Heaven Bowman to speak with them.
Good afternoon. Oh, let's try it again. Good afternoon. How are we feeling? Good? Oh, I don't think we're feeling good, but it's okay, it's okay. All right, so really quickly, we're just gonna talk about parent support and ways that you can not derail your athletes from sport, okay? All right, so just a little bit about myself. Who am I? So, like I said, my name is Heaven Bowman. I'm a former collegiate and international volleyball player. I am a Fleet East London project officer based in London, strength and conditioning coach. But most importantly, I am the creator of the Parent Playbook series, which is an education support for parents. So out of all of these, the most important one is the last one, because a lot of my work deals with supporting parents and how you could better support your athletes, okay? So really quickly, I just want to get us moving, okay? So can everyone stand up for me? Stand up. Really quickly, everyone, athletes, parents, everyone, okay? We're going to do a quick exercise. It's called Myth or Truth, okay? There's 3 statements on the screen. We're going to go through them together. If you believe that the statement is true, you're going to stay standing. If you believe that it is a myth, you're going to sit down. Okay, number 1. The more involved a parent is, the better the athlete performs. So if you believe that it is the truth, you stay standing. If you believe that it is a myth, you can sit down. Nice, we all agree on that one. Number 2, specializing early gives athletes the best chance of success. If you believe that is true, stay standing. Okay, yeah, it's a tough one, you know, I don't know. There's no right or wrong. We're just trying to see, what are you guys thinking? Okay, last chance to change your mind. 3, 2, 1, all right. So if you're standing, you believe that this is a truth, and if not, you believe that it is a myth. The third one, parents have more influence on an athlete's sporting experience than coaches. If you believe that this is a truth, we're gonna have you stand up. If you believe that it's a myth, you're gonna sit down. Yeah, we see some halfways. I see some of these ones who we don't know. Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? It's a tough one. So throughout the presentation, hopefully you guys can find answers to these questions. And some of them are truths, some of them are myths, but that's for you to decide at the end of the presentation, okay? All right, so behind every athlete is a team, is a system. So we like to think of athletes in London in my program as a pie. And a part of each pie, there's different ingredients, okay? So you have parents and family, coaches, practitioners, teachers, peers, and then you have sporting conferences, NGBs, and all those. Now, the important piece is that for each piece of the pie, it can change depending on the athlete. So with some athletes, parents may have more influence. With some, their peers may have more influence. But here, I would hope that the parents have the most influence, with coaches and practitioners following second. And that's why this segment is really important, because the athlete's success is directly dependent on your knowledge and your education and how to support the athletes, okay? All right, so let's go into some few themes, okay? The first one, supporting without over-managing, okay? The question that we need to think about is, are we developing sporting talent or are we developing character? As a parent, it's not your role to develop the talent. It's your role to develop the character, okay? So, a few things that you may be doing unintentionally and not knowing that it's applying pressure. The first one, maybe your child comes home after a match and the first thing you say is, "Did you win?" We've all been there. I'm a coach, I'm a strength and conditioning coach, and I see my athletes come in and I say, "How are you? Did you win?" Not knowing that sometimes that can lead to pressure. Instead, how about we listen? So, how was this competition? And let them come out and say. Second one, living through your athletes' journeys. Some of us, we've made it. We know what to do, we know how to get there, and we want to eliminate those barriers for our athletes. But that's not always the case, and athletes don't always want that, okay? So maybe you just allow your athlete to pave their own way and you step in whenever they ask. Lastly, being a safe space for your athlete, and it doesn't depend on their success. They should be able to come to you whether they win or don't win. So a big thing, and this happened to me when I was growing up, I would go in the car, and if I won, I wanted to talk about it with my mom and dad. If I didn't, I don't want to talk about it because I did not have that safe space to know that if I came to my parents and said, "Oh, I lost this game," that I wouldn't get that, "Well, why? You should have done this," or "You should have done that," right? So it's about being mindful of what we say and how we say it, and ultimately thinking, am I adding pressure? Am I trying to develop their talent, or am I trying to develop their character? Okay? Most important thing, and I always say it, I work with athletes ages 11 to 18. They are children first. There's so much other stuff that they're going through before they even get to the sport. Challenges that we may not even remember, academic demands, training demands, social life, mental well-being, and recovery. So think about all of that while still trying to be an athlete, while still trying to manage under your pressure that you may be putting, that you don't even realize that you're putting. Your role as a parent, again, help to create the structure without doing it for them. You want to aid. You want them to take some ownership of their journey. Encourage communication. Have those open conversations where they feel that they can come to you with ideas and that it can be a back and forth dialogue, not just you talking at them or them speaking to you. Promote balance. This is really important. It's really, really important. What we don't want is our athletes to only have an identity in their sport. They're children. And that will lead to burnout, at least to so many other complications, mental health things where athletes are stepping away because they don't know who they are outside of their sport. And lastly, help them to establish that routine of recovery and sleep. It's important. Athletes will come home, then they need to study, then they need to do this. All they're thinking about is winning. But it's up to you as a parent to identify those signs and realize you haven't slept, you haven't eaten, maybe you're tired. Sometimes as a parent, you have to step in to those because the athletes don't. They want to just win. 3 common mistakes that derail young athletes. And these are ones that we see everywhere. It's not just here. It's with the athletes that I work with. The first one is comparing your athlete to others. Every journey is different. It's not always the same. Some may blossom quicker, while yours maybe didn't. But the important piece is that your athlete's journey is their journey. Does that make sense? Number 2, early burnout through excessive pressure. So that conversation of, did you win? You need to do this. These are the things that lead to burnout, okay? And then, as I touched on before, only solely identifying through your sport. So not giving them room to be someone else outside of their sport is really big, okay? All right, so like I said, there's no perfect one route. And at the end of the day, we want our athletes to make it. A lot of them will become professionals. A lot of them won't. And what we have to remember is that sports as a whole teaches you those intangibles. A lot of organizations, when they're looking to hire people in these high roles, they're looking for those athletes. They're looking for the ones who know how to be a part of a team, who are the leaders of the team, okay? So everyone's journey is not the same, but that's not to say don't compete in sport. There are intangibles and there are benefits from the sport. So from that short presentation, I know there's probably burning questions. A lot of you probably want to know, am I pushing too hard? Am I doing enough? When do I step in versus kind of let the athletes be by themselves? And what does support actually look like from the athlete's perspective? So luckily for you, we have our lovely panelists, 2 athletes that are doing it, as well as their fathers that are there to support them. So we're just gonna go into a quick discussion with them to kind of pick their brains a little bit. Are we ready? Are we ready? Okay, so just quickly, so 2 athletes that we have on stage. We have Ethan Taylor. Ethan began his basketball journey right here in Turks and Caicos before relocating to the United States at just 14 years old to pursue greater academic and athletic opportunities. 3 years of dedication and development, Ethan recently earned a full 4-year athletic scholarship to Truman State University, where he will continue both his education and basketball career. Can we clap? That's good. All right, next we have Sammy Harvey. Sammy made his senior national team debut for Turks and Caicos at just 14 years old before also relocating to the United States to continue his development. Since then, he has progressed through elite development environments and recently signed with Major League Soccer club Seattle Sounders at the age of 16, where he is continuing his pathway with one of North America's top professional football systems. Let's clap for that one as well. And then, of course, we're also joined by a major part of their ecosystem, their fathers, who have experienced firsthand the challenges, decisions, sacrifices of having your sons want to compete at that higher level and moving away from home. Okay, so we're gonna start our first question off for Sammy and Ethan. So the first question is, when you think about your journey so far, what is one thing your parents did that had the biggest positive impact on your development as an athlete? Let's start with Ethan.
I'll say my parents pushed me and believed in me a lot, to where no matter like how I felt, how bad I didn't want to do it, when I didn't want to do it, how tired I was, how much pain I was in, they always pushed me to keep going, making sure I'm able to be the best that I can be, and just always believing in me. No matter what, they always believed in me, and that's what kept me going.
Nice. Sammy?
Yeah, I'm gonna like piggyback off what Ethan said. Like the confidence my parents had in me and the confidence that they instilled in me. Like, no offense to my dad, but particularly my mom. Like, when I was younger, I tried to quit like multiple times. Like, she wouldn't let me. Like, I guess she saw something that I didn't see, and she helped build that confidence up and kept me pushing for what was to come.
Yeah, good. So I think the main piece of that is they felt that they had that support and they felt that they had a safe space within their families. So Ethan said no matter what, he could go to him. There's times where he wanted to quit, but also they were instilled dedication, consistency, because the parents saw how far they could go before they even saw their potential. So as parents, how did you know when to step in and when to take a step back from your athlete's journey?
Well, for me, I still don't. But it's a work in progress in terms of sometimes you just have to be sure that you don't allow their journey to be your journey, right? So especially someone that played sports in the past, you can get confused and thinking, okay, they can do what you did, or you want them to be better than you, and that can be a deterrent sometimes. So sometimes you just need to listen, step back, reset, and just give them the opportunity to be mature and be able to tell you exactly what they're looking to do, how they feel, and then just be a support system more than anything else. And just how that helps a lot in terms of how you develop your relationships with your sons or your kids in general. But I think that plays a huge role in just listening and being able to step back and allow them to have that conversation with you.
Yeah, well, every story is different, and I believe it always starts off from knowing your child. Because right now, both of us have multiple kids, and we are representing one. So each one you have to look at, target, and focus differently. Sammy is a kid where you have to really step back. He plans his own goal, and you have mother, you have father. I'm more of the more militant. We have to drill, and my wife, that's the more nourishing. Come on, baby, we can get through it. So it's a working thing. You have to actually know the child, know how to actually tackle that child. Sometimes you have to step back, give them that support system from afar. Some children just needs their parent there to say, hey, cheering. Daddy, don't come, because when you come, I get nervous. You have to know that child, give that child what that child needs as they need it. We always talk about ecosystems, and when we think of ecosystems, we always think in ecosystem, plants and everything else. Every plant does not require the same amount of water. Every plant does not require the same amount of sunlight. So you have to know the plant, know the child, know the situation, and give that child what they need. Without being lazy or pulling back, give that child what it needs. I think that's my own personal contribution to that.
I think that's good. And just another question, and sorry just to throw this in there, you weren't ready for this one, but what would you say to the parents who say, like, I'm trying to be there for my child and I want to support them, but the child maybe isn't giving back, or they don't feel like they can come and speak to that parent? So you have relationships, especially with a lot of athletes that I work with, where sometimes they don't feel they have that safe space. So what would you do, or how do you handle those situations where maybe the child is not as open to come to you and speak to you?
For me, we've experienced that, because there are times when it'll go days, sometimes weeks, we don't speak. Simply because we don't agree on certain things, or some things that I think he needs to do, that he feels like, oh, my body is, sore, or, he overslept, or, and for me, I'm just trying to say, hey, you have to be consistent, you have to be deliberate. So those things are a work in progress. And, and like Mr. Harvey said, each kid has their own dynamic. So I think for us, we've come a long way. Sports has allowed us to bridge our relationships, even though we still have our challenges. But now he's 18, we can speak at a different level now. But I think each situation has its own merit in terms of how you deal with it. But that's how it works for us.
Well, it kind of goes back to what I was saying, that it takes an actual village to grow a child. So, but being in sports or any type of club, you have to find a safe place for that child. Growing up in the Caribbean, we have godparents, godmothers, lots of aunts and friends, and one of the biggest things is that when you choose those people, like godparents, you actually could choose them because you trust those people. So if I'm going to choose, well, not me, if my child is going to choose an actual sport, an actual club, I have to go out and know the people who he's around, because what's going to happen is that person's going to be his next father, his godfather, his uncle, someone else who he is going to talk to about certain things that what he don't want to talk to me about, or his mom about, because we may have our own mindset, our own thing. So you have to actually have trust in the people who you put around. Try to encourage yourself to build a proper safety net for your kids to be inside, so that once that child is going through something that what they're not talking to you about, you have that friend, that godparent, that coach that's going to come to you, hey, Sam is feeling this way about something, or Ethan's feeling this way about something. It's about that village, and it's about picking the proper, good places to leave the most precious cargo that what you have, which are your kids. All right, so that's how I handle that.
Yeah, that's a good point. So the big thing that we touched on there is it takes a village is the first one. And the second one is that it's a journey. It's not something that it's just a book and you can follow and you say, this is the perfect answer. It's a journey. And a lot of times you'll find that your kids, and you as well, you have family that extend beyond your actual family. You have a chosen family as well. So it's important that they also have the ability to kind of influence and have that relationship. Because like you said, when they're away, they need to know that you have someone taking care of your precious cargo, as you said, right? Okay, so a question for our athletes. You both moved to the United States at a young age. What was the biggest challenge balancing academics, sport, and life away from home? We'll start with Sammy this time.
For me, I would say like the balance between academics and sport, it wasn't that hard because my parents, they did a good job choosing like a sports academy. So the school kind of did that for me. Like they built my day around my sport. But the biggest thing was like being away from family because like, especially growing up in the islands, it's a very like close community. You're close with all your family, extended family, you see them often. And just being 14, young age, in a whole new culture, new environment, I wasn't really the most social person. So for the first like month or so, I didn't talk to anyone. Like I would be in my room trying to call my sister, trying to call my parents. But like they just continued to communicate to me that they trust me, like go out, venture out, have fun, like just enjoy the experience and it'll come to you.
I'm a like piggyback off Sammy was saying, the academic and education part wasn't that hard to adapt to. Like it was pretty easy for me because again my parents did a good job at keeping me focused in school and being able to manage all those stuff while playing sports. The biggest thing for me that was challenging was the culture, like being away from home. Certain things that I would like do here or used to here, when you go over there, it's not the same. So you have to really change the way you are, how you act, and all of that and stuff. Like how you would talk down here, you can't talk over there. And it's just like that was probably the biggest thing for me to adapt to.
So what would you tell an athlete who wants to go, but they're afraid of that? Maybe the distraction, the uncomfortability, because you guys were young when you went. So what would you tell an athlete who's sitting here and they're thinking, I'm only 14, I'm only 15, I'm only 13. What advice would you give them?
I would say just go and do it. Like it's a better opportunity for you, so it's probably going to be the best thing that you'll be able to do.
I would say like just trust yourself. If you think that's what you want to do, go chase it. You're only as good as you think you are. If you don't think you can do it, then you won't ever be able to do it.
Good. And to the followers, what would you give advice for a parent that's sitting in here who they're kind of like, oh, I don't know. I know maybe it's better for my son or daughter, but I'm not sure. They're away from me. They're only 14, 13. What advice would you give them, or what would you tell yourself at the beginning of your journeys about letting your sons go?
What I would say is what I say. Try to put yourself around the people that's actually living it right now. With the whole sports thing, for me, this is brand new. We've never had a child before or children before that was actually ventured into this. So it was brand new to me. Going out to the soccer meets, not knowing anything about sport. You have to put yourself in that environment for other people who's actually a step or two ahead of you to actually give you advice, of what to expect, how to cope, and even end with life. As much advice which you have, you still have to go through the growing pains and adjustments and whatnot. But what I would say, my best advice is just put positive people that's around you, people that already lived it, and it'll probably make the pain a little bit easier.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that parents should give their children the opportunity to pursue goals that they have in terms of sports, if it is they need to leave, but provide as much support as you possibly can. I think these kind of forums help to have Ethan and Sammy here being able to speak on their experiences. So by parents as well as students who's thinking about making that journey or making that leap to leave, they can learn firsthand on how these experiences work. We're always here there's a number of parents that reach out to me and have those kind of questions. So just the persons that went first, they can be your guide in terms of helping you navigate some of the ills of these transitions. But I mean, if the child is in need of that opportunity, I think we need to give them those opportunities to succeed in whatever it is they're pursuing, and just make sure we have that support system to see it through.
Yeah, so the main thing that I took away was just that support system and trusting your child and knowing what you instilled in them as well. So when they do go out, both of the athletes touched on the fact that they felt more comfortable because their parents supported them as they did that. So it's a big thing of that ecosystem and having that support where they feel like I can come to you with the craziest ideas and you would still support me no matter what. Let's touch a bit about academics and the importance of your education in sport. Because there's some athletes here that probably think, I'm talented, I can make it. And they don't see the importance. But on the flip side, there's maybe some parents that think, my child's smart, athletics is not even important. So why don't the athletes touch on the importance of both and how that's helped you get to where you are?
I would say it's very important because college coaches that are looking at you aren't only looking at how you play and how talented you are, but they're also looking at how you are in the classroom, how smart you are, and just being able to be good in the classroom and in the sport that you do.
Yeah, I would say education goes hand in hand with your sport. Like, every college coach that has approached me, like, one of the first questions he asked me is, what's my GPA? And even if you think you're gonna go pro, like, what are you gonna do after you go pro? Like, you should have a degree to fall back on, start a business, get a job. Like, being here in the islands, like, you don't really think about that much. You think, oh yeah, we're the best of the best here, so we're gonna go there, do the same thing. There's always someone like fighting, so you gotta have a plan B to your plan B.
That's good. And then to the fathers, what would you tell a parent whose child is struggling with balancing both? What advice would you give them? Or are there any interventions maybe that you've used that helped your child kind of be okay at both?
Well, that's a kind of tough one, because the best advice is advice what you walk in, and that really wasn't much of a struggle in our case. But in all fairness, Sammy is always someone who strive for academics. Always, he made a promise that every year, not to us, but to himself, that he'll make this honor roll. Up until now, he's made an honor roll. But with it, I always get on him about the balance of recovery, of taking some time for yourself. Like, I watch you on the field, and you come home and you put in more work, and then you take a break and you put in more work, and like, all right, let's put the book down. Let's do some jet skis. Let's do something. Like, try to find that balance. And sometimes it's a flip. Sometimes you have that kid who just wants to just go and just push and want to leave the books. One of the thumbs down for like every meet that what we've had with coaches or whatnot, they'll come and they'll paint you this picture that it's the best, this is the best here, and then we get you pros, and I let that run, then I'll stop. Like, okay, hold on. Where is the degree in this here? Where's the paper? Like, we need something. That child always needs something, should have a fallback plan. You could be the best. You could break an ankle. You could do something that's going to set yourself back. But having that academic underlying to your success is a very important thing. You do not have to come out with the gold rope around you. You don't have to come out with a 4.5. Anytime you go and you actually get a job, they never ask you what was your GPA at a job interview. They just want to see that paper to say that you sat in a class and you was able to go and do some of the stuff. And it goes back to discipline, where sports is tied into. So for every parent, you have to find that balance. And if you cannot figure it out yourself, check around, step around, and ask around until you find that one person that can actually help you with it. All right, but you have to actually preach that balance into. into everything what you do.
And for us, I think one of the benefits, and we haven't had any issues with Ethan in terms of academics or my daughters. And I think that's a testament to the school programs that they came from here. Going into the U.S. programs, the work was so much easier than it is here. So I know the ministers here, so we have to give them credit for that. I mean, it's like some of the classes that they take, the work that they've done here, sometimes they just move them ahead. Like, they don't even have to do the work because of the foundation that they had from here. So we really didn't have as much of an issue when it comes to the balance. And even with my daughters, they're competitive as well. So if they came home with good grades, they had to come home with great grades. So it's always competitive in that area. So I don't think we didn't have any issues.
Okay. So for our athletes, we're going to start with Sammy. You made your senior national team debut at a very young age and now find yourself within an MLS pathway. What has been some unexpected twists in your journey, if any?
Unexpected twist. I would say, like, people, like, they look at the finish line, they see the headline, I started at 14, I had my debut. But, like, behind the scenes, like, you ask my dad, that night I went home, like, I went home and I cried because I knew that I was in the goal and I let in 2 goals that cost us lose. Even though I'm 14, even though everyone's saying, it's okay, you're young, I went home, I cried. I didn't want to play any sport for the rest of my life of that. But my dad talked to me, my coaches talked to me, like, just going back to that ecosystem, like, that's like a really big thing. Like, even my friends, like, I call them, but they talk to me like, you're good, like, just trust yourself and continue to work. So I think that no matter what challenge you come through, like, if you have an ecosystem and you stay firm in your beliefs, that you'll be okay.
Well, that was good. I don't have to add anything to that. Okay. Moving right along. Ethan, your journey has led to earning a full athletic scholarship. What would you say to young athletes who believe scholarships happen overnight?
They don't. It's a hard grind that you have to go through, early mornings, long nights. It's not just going to be handed to you. You're going to have to work for it, and you're going to have to work hard. And that comes with everything in life. I put in the work. I did everything I had to, and I was lucky enough to be able to go to school for free. So I would say, like, don't expect it to happen overnight. Like, you got to go out and put in the work. Like, that's just how it's going to be.
So from both of them, Sammy touched on just the behind-the-scenes pressures, and age doesn't really dictate pressure, right? It's not, oh, you feel more pressure when you're 18 versus 14. He was 14 on a national team and still felt that pressure of, maybe I don't belong here. I let that in, I let my team down. But it's the ecosystem that he fell back to that helped build him back up. And then same thing with Ethan, right? Cool. All right, we're almost done here. So last question for all of our panelists, okay? In one sentence, what does successful support look like?
I'll say having encouraging, happy, believing people around you. That's really.
Just seeing my kids successful, seeing them go through the journey, being a part of it, and just seeing them be the best that they can be.
I would say always having someone that you can lean on no matter what, that you feel comfortable venting to no matter the topic, whether it's sports, life, education. Just having that person.
I would say just walking away knowing that that was your best, leaving the place not as you met it, and just giving an impact and having self-paying forward. I said yes as success.
So just one thing, when we first started, one of the questions that we asked was, do coaches have more influence on the athlete's success than parents? So as we went through the entire panel and we asked questions, how many times did either of the athletes bring up their coach or their practitioner? Not really any, because they always fell back to that parent ecosystem, that parent support. And so that's the whole point of this panel today, is to hopefully help you guys realize that you have the ability to either hinder your child's success or to help propel your child in the right direction, but you do matter. You're an important piece, and you're a large piece of their athletic journey. Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Mic check. Okay. In the Turks and Caicos, we call that hearing it straight from the horse's mouth. So the athletes were here and they gave us their own takes on everything that was going on. And while we get ready for our next presentation, I'm going to invite Mr. Demetrius Pinder to talk more about his app Impact and how it's helping students in the Bahamas.
Let me get up here. Yeah. So me and my co-founders created an app called Impact. It helps coaches and athletes to stay connected. Like I said, when you're away from training. So the app itself allows you to make sure that the athletes is doing what they're supposed to do when not at training. So I spoke about it earlier. I talked about how, making sure when you're home, you're getting the proper rest, you're eating the right stuff, taking your supplements, doing your extra abs and push-ups and stuff like that. And so I created the app to make sure that I'm able to see when I send my athletes, abs or what they should be eating, I'd be able to see it on live feed and make sure that they post it. I can see that they did their abs. I don't have to question it. They don't have to tell me, oh, yeah, I did it, and they really didn't do it. So just trying to help them, like I was talking about earlier as well, being able to, because they don't know. So we have to store that on them to help them realize and understand, the discipline, and this is what it takes. So being there and showing them that is very important. So that's why I end up creating the app, and then for multiple reasons, but being able to stay there and look and watch and make sure that they do what they're supposed to do when they are not around me as their coach. So we'll talk about the app more and expand more after, if you have any questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Dimitri. Okay, so now I'm going to invite our final presenter, and his name is Mr. Eric Stang, and he's going to talk about the collegiate pathway. Give him a warm welcome.
Is playing college sports important to you? Is it a goal of yours? If so, then understand the recruiting process is going to be important for you. My name is Eric.
They say they save the best for last, right? Oh, you guys are waiting?
Is playing college sports important to you?
I just want to clarify something really quick. I had a couple young gentlemen come up to me, and they were like, Coach Kerr, can we have your autograph? I just want everybody to know I'm not Steve Kerr, in case you were wondering. All right, I tell people all the time I'm the better looking, but poorer version of Steve Kerr. So All right, so what I'm going to kind of cover today, some of the stuff is kind of been covered a little bit in the different presentations, in which everything's been great, and I am honored to be here and with such a great panel of people. So some of the stuff I'm going to add is going to be like maybe a little bit more clarity on that, or maybe a little bit of different twist. But the important thing is that you have the information and you kind of use it to where you feel that's going to be most useful for you, okay? So kind of when it comes to the recruiting process, so if you want to go ahead and move to the next slide there. So a little bit about my background. I grew up in a very small town in Montana, about 400 people. So I was fortunate enough to be able to play college basketball. I then went on and coached it for a long time at small college level, all the way up to the Division I. Then I went over to Europe, coached professionally for a while. Came back to the States, was a high school athletic director at a small school district back in Montana for a while. Oh, thank you, appreciate it. And I did that for a little bit just because I had a background too in college where I was like an assistant or associate AD for a while. So when it comes to like the recruiting landscape and understanding college athletics, I've kind of seen it from all different perspectives or all different sides. So eventually I transitioned a role where now I'm a recruiting specialist with NCSA. So one of the biggest things I do is I meet with families and athletes and try to help them understand the recruiting process, okay? Because if you guys have been following the news, the college recruiting ecosystem, it changes pretty drastically, or it has. I'm just telling you right now, it's probably not going to stop for a while. So kind of having an understanding of some of the basics and essentials, it will be helpful to you when it comes to this. So kind of a big thing there, that first bullet point is everybody needs to understand, and this is a college rule, NCAA rule, junior college NAI, is basically any athlete can be recruited starting at age 13. Okay, so your recruiting timeline starts really, really early. All right, that's like a little bit of a surprise when I tell that to some parents, okay? Because there's a lot of different things out there in terms of when you can be recruited and so forth and so on, but I'll be able to kind of clarify that here for you guys today. So biggest thing you got to understand is if you're behind in the process or not, okay? So most often, everybody's kind of behind in the recruiting process just because it starts so soon. So one of the biggest thing is you got to establish for yourself is what's important to you. So when I meet with families, one of the first questions I ask the athlete is, well, what do you love about your sport? Okay? And a lot of times they can't answer it. I have to turn it into a multiple choice question for them. Okay? So I started playing basketball when I was 7. My dad taught me how to shoot a layup, and that was it. I was fixed on it. So I just loved everything about the sport, competing in it, playing in it, and things like that. So if you get asked that question, you got to be able to answer it, because as a former college coach, one of the things I tell you college coaches are going to try to determine right away, all right, it's kind of an elimination factor, is they want to know if you're serious about your sport or not, okay? Because if they're going to offer you a scholarship, they're going to give you an opportunity to continue your education and so forth, they're going to want to know if you're committed, okay? So you have to establish that, what's important to you right away. And part of that is what's important to you as an athlete, whether it's a basketball player or a track and field athlete, okay? The other side of, next question I asked them is, what do you want to get your degree in? A lot of them can't answer that. Okay, do I expect a 13 or a 14-year-old to know what they want to get a college degree in? No. But they got to have some kind of idea of what they want to do, okay? Because you can't play your sport forever. So at some point in time, you're going to have a real job, as they say out there. Okay, so you're going to have to be able, if you want to play college sports, you're going to have to put yourself on a path to where you can attain a degree that's going to allow you to move into a profession when you become an adult. Okay, so there's just some things to think about, because again, like I said, college coaches, right away they're going to want to determine how serious you are about competing at that next level. So those are a couple important things to kind of realize there. Okay, so again, once you establish that, you have to kind of understand if you're behind in the recruiting process, what are some of the things you need to do, or what are some of the things that have to get fixed, okay? So there's been a lot of talk today about like goals. All right, important thing is you have your main goals, your long-term goals, and then short-term goals. Okay, short-term goals, it's kind of putting a plan in place, obviously, to reach those long-term goals. Okay, so because one thing you have to understand also about college coaches is they're going to want to look at what you're doing to get yourself ready to compete at the current level you're at, but also what you're doing to get yourself prepared for that next level. So like the young gentleman that we had up here, the last two of them, that was something when they were going through the recruiting process, evaluation process, that was something that was being studied, I guarantee you, by those coaches, okay? So that's an important part that you have to understand is you have to have short-term, long-term goals to determine what needs to take place and kind of help you build a foundation. Okay, so if you don't have short-term and long-term goals, that's something you need to get fixed right away. Okay, whether that's a discussion you have with your parents or your coaches, it needs to take place if it hasn't taken place yet. Okay? The big thing is, and this is something I want you to understand, and it's kind of talked about with the mental performance side of stuff, and it kind of ties into a big thing that I try to get across to athletes, even when I was coaching and their families, is you got to have a growth mindset. All right? If you want to be able to get to that next level and be competitive, you have to have a growth mindset. You can't have a fixed mindset. All right? And I'll be able to kind of expand on that a little bit more in the presentation, but that's a big part of stuff, is you have to be proactive, especially in the recruiting process. You can't rely on other people to handle the recruiting process for you. You can't rely on your coaches, okay? You can't rely on family members. You can't rely on your club coach or whatever. You have to be in the driver's seat when it comes to your recruiting. Because at the end of the day, it's the decision that you're making about your future. And again, it's your future. So you want to be in control of it. Obviously, there's tools, resources out there. There's people around you can use for support and guidance, but ultimately you have to make that decision. Okay, so you have to be proactive in this process. A fixed mindset is procrastination. That's going to be your worst enemy, okay? All right, so now once you get clarity and you can establish a few things, the next part is about moving forward, okay? You develop that strategic plan, and obviously you're going to make changes to it as you go through the process, recruiting process, based on the interest you're getting, how things change, but you got to be able to adapt and adjust. Like what was talked about before, you got to have a plan B to your plan B, right? Okay, I think I know see how this works here. Did it move? There we go. Okay. Okay, so once you kind of understand the timeline, your current, where you're at in the process, okay, so some of that stuff I already kind of hit on there, but one of the big things about recruiting nowadays, you got to understand to get through that ecosystem is you got to have an online presence. And I know social media was talked about before, and I'll be able to kind of highlight some things or give you my take on that when it comes to the recruiting process. So, but big thing what I'm talking about is the online presence is you have to have like basically an online resume as a student athlete, where everything's there in one place, it's easy to find, you're making it easy for those college coaches to be able to learn about you, and more importantly, do an initial evaluation to see if you're checking the boxes that they look to have checked. Okay, because a big important thing is that all college coaches, they have preferences. Whether it's the head coach of the program and the program's preferences, but each assistant coach, which a lot of them are there to handle the recruiting, they all have their different preferences. So for me, example, as a former college basketball coach, if you didn't have a GPA over 3.2, I wasn't going to recruit you. I don't care if you could fly out of the gym, hit three-pointers from farther than Steph Curry could. If you didn't have a 3.2 or higher, I was not going to recruit you, because here's my deal. I'm not going to go around to see if you're going to class or not. That was just my thing, okay? So that was a preference that I had, as well as I like guys that were gym rats. I like guys that were going to put in the extra time, the extra reps, okay? So every college coach is different. I always tell parents, I was like, listen, Nick Saban at University of Alabama, he could have signed any five-star American football player that he wanted. Did he? No. He signed guys that were 3-stars, 4-star recruits. And they ended up developing into NFL players because, again, they had a filtration system at Alabama, and they put guys through it. And if you checked all the boxes, you're probably going to get offered an athletic scholarship. That's the way it is for everybody, okay? But the important thing is that they can't recruit you if they don't know about you. And things are different nowadays. I always like telling the story about my dad. All right, my dad played college basketball. He lies about sometimes, I think, but he averaged like between 22 and 27 points a game for a small high school in Montana, double-double, okay? He played college basketball because he went to college, and he was playing noon ball one day, and he was tearing it up, and the college coach saw him and said, "Do you go to school here?" "Yeah." "All right, well, you're on the basketball team." Okay? So exposure is different for everybody. It used to be said that if you're good enough, they can find you. Well, that's kind of true. There's a little bit of a misnomer to that, okay? If you were good enough back in the day in your region where you were at, there's a good chance that those college coaches, they knew about you, because back then college coaches used to actually crack open a newspaper and look at box scores and things like that. But they also had their pipeline of high school coaches or junior college coaches that they went to. Well, as time has evolved and we've gotten into the digital age, everybody now has a global pipeline, all right? And the big thing to understand about that is they're getting information put right in front of them. And it's getting put in front of them early on. So it's super, super competitive nowadays, okay? Before, like international athletes, it was hard for them to get exposure, not really anymore, okay? So being able to have that presence where I can go to one place as a college basketball coach or whatever college sports and see everything to where I can do initial evaluation is going to be important to you, or important for you. It's going to really help you out. Now with social media, like was talked about before, I think Trevor made a good point about that. It depends on, it can be a good thing or a bad thing. It really depends on how it's used. It shouldn't be your primary tool in terms of getting recruited, because there's a couple of things you need to understand. First of all, I have to learn about you in bits and pieces as a college coach. And I'm telling you right now, I wasn't going to scroll through a bunch of posts to try to learn about you. And there's other coaches out there that were like me, okay? So one of the things that they do is they pass it off to like a graduate assistant or a student manager to kind of go through there and then give you a report. The problem that you run into there is that they don't have the trained evaluation eye that I do. Okay, so you have somebody kind of going through and evaluating you that's not necessarily a decision maker, but doesn't have the trained aspect to thoroughly or properly evaluate you. The other issue with social media is it goes back to the preferences, okay? Again, like I said, a 3.2 gym rat. The problem with social media is I can't, as a college coach, I can't go to those databases and put in my preferences to where it's going to populate matches for me based on my preferences, okay? So that's why having an online profile where you can allow yourself to be thoroughly evaluated is going to be really important, because you can send that to the coach and they can learn everything there is to know about you, because it's more than just about being talented. They're going to have to verify information. They're going to have to learn about how you are academically, where you're at as a student. But more importantly, and it was kind of covered there in the last panel, is they want to understand what makes you tick, what motivates you, what drives you. Are you a good person off the court? Because those things are important. Because all college coaches have been burned in the recruiting process. And I think some of it was maybe talked about in some of the other presentations, but there was guys that I recruited. I offered a scholarship to them. They were on campus 3 weeks. Coach, I'm leaving. I miss my girlfriend. All right, that's the reality that happens. But what it taught me as a coach was I got to do more due diligence. I got to be stricter in my evaluation process. Okay? So that's important to understand that. Okay, so social media, again, it should be your secondary tool that go with that online profile to where, again, I can see if you're meeting those initial baseline boxes that I look to have checked. Okay. And then the last part there is you got to be proactive. You got to reach out to those coaches. You got to put that information in front of them. Looks like I jumped ahead here. Okay. All right. So big thing about this slide is, and I'll try to summarize it, is it's a very competitive process. Okay, there's 7 million athletes that play high school sports in the United States. Only 7 to 12% of them actually go on to play at the college level. So it's hyper competitive. So again, being proactive and reaching out to those coaches right away is going to be important for you in establishing that, okay? And at the end of the day, it's all about relationships. The more you know about those college coaches, because you have to do your own level of due diligence. As much due diligence as they're doing, evaluating you, you have to evaluate them. So when it comes to your sport, you have to be able to understand that developmental factor. You might have aspirations to play professional sports. Is that program, all those coaches, are they going to help you get to that next level? You might want to get a degree in engineering. Does that program, does that school offer an engineering school? Do they have an engineering degree programs? That's important stuff that you have to factor in, okay? Because one of the things that you want to develop is a target list of schools, all right, that match up with what you're looking for as an athlete, but also what you're looking for academically to get that degree, okay? Because obviously you don't want to go and play somewhere where you're not going to get the academic degree that you want, okay? The other thing is you got to understand when it comes to that target list, you don't want it to be 5, 10, or 12. You needed to have it be between 30 and 50 because there's only so many roster spots. And when I tell people I say roster spots, that equals scholarship opportunities out there. Every program has different needs. Every program is in a different spot in the recruiting process. Okay, typically most college programs, they're already looking to fill roster spots that are 2 to 3 years down the road. Okay, it's a little bit different nowadays when it comes to the transfer portal for certain sports. But other sports, it's more traditional where they're trying to get with athletes, trying to get established with them, trying to get those verbal commitments as soon as they're like maybe a freshman or sophomore in high school so they can get that roster spot, that scholarship opportunity filled. Okay, so you have to really understand that being proactive, developing those relationships with those coaches is important for you, and having that target list is going to be a huge tool for you. So when it comes to communication based on the timeline, so I don't know if you guys can see it that well, but it talks about when can a student athlete contact with college coaches. The word there is any time. So again, that growth mindset versus a fixed mindset. And I deal with this all the time where I'll ask parents what they know about the recruiting timeline, what they know about what should be happening right now, recruiting-wise, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of them, they don't know or they've been given bad information. So really, if you know the process starts at age 13, in terms of your proactivity with college coaches, there's no limit, there's no restriction on it. In terms of when those college coaches can contact you, there's a few caveats there. So to simplify it for you, you have Division III, NAI, and JUCO. Basically, they can do full-on recruiting right away. Okay, Division III, they don't offer athletic scholarships. They offer academic packages. And NAI and the junior college levels, they've always kind of operated on a, just to simplify it for you, because I coach at those levels. The NCAA rule book's like probably this thick. JC and NAI is maybe this thick, okay? So there's a little bit more freedom for them when it comes to the recruiting process. But basically, they can start looking to recruit you, establish relationships with you, evaluate you right away. Division II, they have to wait until basically, it depends, each sport has different calendars, and that's a big thing that you want to do is get educated on each sport's recruiting calendar or your sports recruiting calendar. So Division II, basically a lot of it takes place once you start your sophomore year in high school, to where they can have the direct contact, where they can call you on the phone, they can invite you on a campus visit, they can start talking to you about scholarships. Division I, that starts as soon as you start your junior year in high school, what the NCAA determines as when you start your junior year. That's when that full-on recruiting contact starts for you. So that helps clarify a few things, but important thing is you have no restrictions in terms of your outreach to those coaches, okay? Okay, so to kind of recap here a little bit, there's just some essentials that you need to have. Obviously, having that online presence is going to be really important for you. Okay, you got to build out that target list of schools. Again, you don't want to limit it to 5, 10. You want it to at least be 30 to 50. As you go through the recruiting process and you establish those connections, you're going to be able to narrow it down to your top choices based on the type of scholarship opportunities that you have. And one thing I want to clarify about scholarships, the term full ride is used a lot. You have to understand what the actual cost of attendance is for going to college and what your scholarship will cover, because there's a little bit of a misconception there. Most full ride, what they determine as a full ride athletic scholarships, they're going to cover about maybe 90% to 95% of the actual cost of attendance. So again, that kind of ties back in to the academic piece, is you want to make sure that you're a good student so you can find opportunities for academic scholarships to help supplement that remaining, whether it could be 15%, 10%, or 5%. So that way you develop your own full ride. Because somebody who's 51 years old and still paying on student loans, all right, and I did get athletic scholarship, but it didn't cover everything, okay? You definitely want to be able to do that. My problem is my mom was a school teacher, but I didn't take school too serious. So I still pay for that today, outside from the dad being a golfer and me not. Okay, so like I talked about before, is the proactivity is going to be essential for you. Okay, you don't want to procrastinate in this process at all. You don't want to, one of the biggest mistakes that I see with recruiting is everybody feels like they have time. Well, I'm only a freshman, sophomore, I got time. Well, you don't, because those college coaches, they're not waiting on you to get ready to fill those roster spots and scholarship opportunities, okay? Okay, so kind of try to streamline just because it's late. I appreciate you guys staying here and being attentive and everything. Biggest thing I wanted to kind of point out here is that everybody's recruitable. It's just a matter of what action you drive to your recruiting determines whether you get the right type of opportunity. Because at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. You finding that right opportunity with the due diligence that you've done to be able to check the boxes that you're looking to have checked. Okay, because we have far too many athletes right now at the college level that are transferring. And even before everything became wide open, there was far too many athletes that were transferring because, again, it was two faults. The coaches weren't doing enough due diligence, and the families and the athletes weren't doing enough due diligence. So if the biggest thing I can impress upon you guys today is you got to have that due diligence in place, and you have to be in charge of your recruiting. You cannot rely on other people. There's tools, resources out there, and support networks that you want to use, but you have to be able to know how to use them effectively, and having a plan in place is going to be essential for you, and understanding some of the basics of recruiting that are essentials is going to be important for you too. So the biggest thing is, and it was kind of a discussion I had earlier about the Knicks Spurs. Okay, the other night the Knicks came back from 29 down and they were able to win the game. All right, so there's one thing that I learned a long time ago as an athlete and as a coach, and that is passion has an interesting way of trumping logic. Okay? It's the same thing for you guys as individuals, as athletes looking to college level. Again, that growth mindset versus a fixed mindset. Okay, if you have the passion, you have the desire, you have the commitment, you will be able to achieve those goals if you put a good plan in place and you follow it. All right, there's going to be a lot of adversity that you're going to face along the way. You have to be able to be tough enough to get through it. And that's, again, it comes back to those key questions. What do you love about your sport? What's important to you? Once you develop that, you have to stick to it. Because I guarantee you the other night, that's what took place in that basketball game. I don't know Coach Brown personally, but I know guys that have worked with him, okay? He's got a little bit of a chip on his shoulder. As an athlete, I had a chip on my shoulder. Again, I came from a small town of 400 people in the middle of nowhere, but I wanted to play college basketball. I was constantly always told, you know, it's too small, you don't play against a tough enough level of competition, et cetera, like that. Well, I didn't really care. I did what I had to do to get to that next spot, and I took it personal. Having a chip on your shoulder, there's nothing wrong with it as long as you use it the right way. Okay, I guarantee you Coach Brown and some of the players on the Knicks, that chip on their shoulder, they used it the other night to come back from 29 down. Because as a basketball guy, the Spurs on paper are more talented. There should have been no way they should have lost that game or blown a 29-point lead. But again, competition's not a math test, okay? There's not predetermined factors that are going to determine the outcome. So that's an important thing for you guys to understand is that you got to put things in place, you got to see it through, and you got to work hard. All right? But understanding and having knowledge is going to be powerful for you, as well as having that type of clarity. So again, I'm honored to be here, and hopefully I provide you guys with some good insight. But don't be afraid to flip the script, because I think that's kind of a common thing that I heard today is that talking about resources, putting things in place to help the young people of the Turks and Caicos Islands to kind of be a part of that competition scene or to be more a part of it, which I think is great. So again, I encourage you guys and I challenge you guys, don't be afraid to flip the script. All right, don't let that adversity get you down. Continue to have that growth mindset. Again, I thank you guys, appreciate the time.
Good afternoon, all. We are at the end of today's program. We initially had a thematic panel planned for the end, but I think we have covered everything that we intended to cover today. And so I just want to bring a brief vote of thanks. But before I do, I want to harp on Eric's presentation. Eric, thank you for hanging in there with us today. You are the real MVP today. But I want to speak to the NCSA program. I can attest to it as a parent. My husband and I utilize the service for both of our kids. And And even Sammy, even though he wasn't quite sure whether it was going to be collegiate or professional. And in registering, I was having a little bit of glitches. I reached out to Eric. He responded immediately. And I can say that once we engaged the service, we almost immediately started getting scholarship hits. I think maybe a month ago, if that long, we were working on getting Sammy signed up, and he's already had over 15 colleges reach out to him since signing up on the app. So I would encourage all of the parents that are still in the room, have that conversation with Eric once we're done, because it does pay off, it is worth it, and it does help you to widen the network of your student athletes appeal. And so with that said, I just want to say thank you to all that stuck with us this afternoon. We had some very transparent and honest conversations today, particularly about the gaps that exist in our system, or the lack thereof. That honesty wasn't just about highlighting the gap, but it was about laying a foundation on which we can build progress. And so the one thing, while this is a one-day event, the intent is for these conversations to continue. For us to build out the ecosystem, we have to continue to have these honest conversations, and it is going to require a lot of collaboration. And with that, I want to say thank you to all of the stakeholders that were in the room today, sponsors, government officials, our minister, Honorable Taylor. We have the bestest minister in all of the cabinet. Thank you for staying with us. But more importantly, we hope we were able to highlight the importance of investment. Whether it's infrastructure, finance, or time, investment is extremely important. Parents, I hope our parent segment was able to highlight the importance of your role. You are that first point of contact, and you are the most trusted support system for the athlete. So I want to encourage you to stick with it on those days where it's like, do I have another practice that I gotta sit in the car and wait for hours? Yes, I promise you there's light at the end of the tunnel. Stick with it, and you will be shocked how much your kids call back on that memory and that support that they got. To our keynote speaker, Amber, it was a marvelous delivery. Thank you. You did a phenomenal job on short notice, because initially she was just a panelist. But even in our kickoff meeting, I turned to the team, I said, if we don't land our keynote speaker, this is our backup keynote speaker. And so thank you for delivering on demand. All of our panelists, Eric, the information that you gave, despite how tired we got at the end of the day, it was invaluable. It's definitely something that is needed here for not just our athletes, but also our parents. The ever flashy Mr. Pinder. Thank you. Thank you so much for your contributions today. Learning from those that have lived it is something that we thought would be valuable to the athletes. So thank you so much for that. And last, but by no means least, from the time I engaged her, I told her that your segment is my favorite segment, because I feel like the most important people in the ecosystem are the parents. So thank you, Heaven, for delivering. You went beyond expectations. You did the groundwork, and thank you for tying this all together for us. I want to say thank you to the panelists, our guest panelists that delivered. I think Sammy and Ethan, I saw them in the back there, they were signing autographs. So we were happy we could kickstart their platform. Oh, there they are. Oh, you're still signing autographs. Thank you, Sammy and Ethan, for your contributions. Where is Mr. Taylor? Well, he was in between work, so I thank him for sacrificing his time to be on this panel and contribute. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. To my husband, thank you so much, Mr. Harvey. Believe it or not, he is not a public speaker. And when I talked to him about the panel, he said, well, I think you need to be on the panel. I was like, no, we want to highlight fathers and the importance of their role. So thank you, Mr. Harvey, for stepping out of your shyness and delivering on the panel today. Thank you to our technical team that supported this event. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I know it was a lot, so thank you for that delivery. Our sponsors, Rent a Boogie, Luminara, and Grace Bay Resorts Foundation, who came through in a very big way for us. Thank you to our sponsors. Last but by no means least, thank you to the committee. Thank you to the team. Thank you for your work. When Sammy was saying, or maybe it was Duran that said, well, he's more militant and I'm the one that's nurturing, and one of my staff turned and looked at me like, who is that person? Can we work for that person? So thank you for putting up with me and riding with me on this project. It was a very important project to the Sports Commission, because we feel like this is how we jumpstart the change and the development that we need to have if we're going to propel our athletes to the next level. And so with that said, thank you all. Thank you, parents. Thank you, athletes. Athletes, you are the reason we're here today. You're the reason we're trying to bring together all the parts of this ecosystem. So never, ever doubt how important you are to us here at the TCI Sports Commission. Thank you. I hope we were able to impart valuable knowledge. And as I said, after the day, this conversation will continue. Good afternoon. So our panelists, we're going to get you to the resort to get some rest, but we just want to take a group photo at the backdrop with the minister and the director.